Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome you to match day 6 of the Easter Youth ODI series. It is Rwanda under 19 versus Kenya under 19. The first game between the two was won by Kenya, and it was an 8 wickets victory. But here with me, I am with both umpires, Mr. Elongebeka Otema and Eddie Agaba, plus the captains, the captain for Rwanda under 19, Confiance Rukundo, and the captain for Kenya under 19, Yash Gohil. They are ready to conduct the toss. Heads is the call, and the tails is on top. Good morning, Confiance Rukundo. You've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We are bowling first.
You're bowling first. This is the first time to see a team winning the toss and taking a decision to bowl first. All the teams that have won the toss have been batting first. Why did you choose to bowl first?
We stopped the run under 150.
Okay, thank you so much, Captain. The captain says he will come and get the ball first, and I will try to make sure that he stops the runs to under 150 runs. Here with me, I'm joined by the captain for Kenya under 19, Yash Gohil. Yash, if you're doing the toss, what are you going to do?
They've chosen to bat first.
So it means the toss has gone your way. What should we expect in this game? The first game, you didn't get a chance to bat first against Rwanda. So what should be the expectation when we're going for the first innings?
Just to put a high target on the board, back our abilities up, set some runs, get some confidence here, and hopefully win the game.
Yesterday, Uganda came out and put the highest score of the tournament, 325 runs. What should you expect from Kenya? What total should you expect today?
No total yet. We'll just come out. We'll show you guys at the end of the game.
Thank you so much, Captain. The captain says he will show us at the end of the game. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a heavy rainpour here in Jinja during the night, but then that will not stop the game from starting on time. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is another day to showcase the Easter ODI Youth Series here in Jinja. The weather is looking cold, but the teams are ready to take on. It has been a good day seeing Rwanda today winning the toss and opting to bowl first. It shows they are in to test their bowlers. That's the lineup of the Kenya under-19 team. Seeing Stian Smith on the team, it shows that he is back to showcase himself to get those runs. Remember, yesterday we had Olipa, the person who is competing with scoring. Let's see if he can also stay in and score. Seeing Rwandese today bowling, it shows that they are in to learn. Yuvraj, On and Yash. Confianza he is in to bowl the first ball all over. However, it is an extra. It is a bad start for him, but he has been one of the bowlers who have stood in to perform for the Rwanda under-19. Here in the commentary box, we are joined by Sajabi Ivan. Sajabi, seeing the Rwandese team today coming in to bowl first, what does it indicate in this tournament?
Yeah, but of course, when you look at this tournament, we have not had a team winning the toss and opting to bowl first. It is the first time it is happening. Rwanda under 19 winning the toss and opting to bowl first. I think they wanted to give themselves time to try and make sure that they maybe see how they can do with the chase, because yesterday they did not apply themselves so well as they were chasing the 325 runs against Uganda. So I think the coach didn't want the boys to come and sit. Wanted them to have some longer day playing. He wanted them to actually enjoy enjoy as they are chasing down that score. So I think it is a good strategy for them, because as you see, this tournament is a tournament where most of the people are coming to learn. It's a youth tournament which presents some competition, but then getting the lessons and learning is the most crucial part.
Watching Uganda yesterday scoring 300 against the Rwanda under-19 team isn't it scary? Because remember, we had Kenya taking over the Uganda under-19 team. Was the Rwanda under-19 team not scared that the Kenya team can score big scores more than the Uganda under-19 team?
Yeah, but I think it's not actually about the scores. It's not about what you said, but it is about you applying and leaving a better player than you came, because it's a tournament full of learning, as I earlier told you. So I don't think even if Kenya comes out and scores 400 runs, it will be a great experience for the Rwandese. But then also yesterday when I was talking to the Rwanda under-19 head coach Adele Tuyizire, he told me that his team was not so tight in the fielding. So today they have to try and make sure that they do everything right. They did wrong yesterday. So I don't believe the score will be over 300. I'm not demeaning the players, but I believe Rwanda will be better today. Try and make sure that they don't concede those many runs. And they're opening the bowling for the Rwanda under-19 is the captain himself, Rukundo Confiance, from the Kampala Road side.
So far, looking at Confiance's performance, he looks like he is the most valuable bowler in this team.
Yeah, of course, I believe as the captain, you have to try and make sure that every day you put up a good show for your side. So what he is actually doing is what is expected of him. When you come, bowl those tidy lines, bowl those good balls to try and make sure that you limit runs for your team. Balls are slower there, and the single is taken. Kenya managing to rotate the strike. Yuvraj Bhatia, who has been batting mid-order, he has not opened batting. He has not opened bowling in this. He has not opened batting in this tournament. Yuvraj Bhatia there. He has been coming in mid-order, but today they have trusted him to try and make sure that maybe he comes a little bit early and scores a little more runs for the Rwanda under-19.
That marking the end of the over with 10 runs on board for no loss. Looking at the scores now, if the Kenya under-19 team is to contain the run rate they are having, should we expect big scores more than that we saw Uganda scoring yesterday?
I believe it is going to be a low-scoring game because, first of all, even when you look at the outfield, yesterday there were some rains in the night. The outfield is a bit slow compared to yesterday when it was just shining all through. So all those factors come in and make sure that not so many runs are scored. But Rukunda Patrick is the new man, the new bowler there for the Rwanda under-19 from the school end.
Looking at the to play and limit Kenya under-19 from scoring the big scores.
Maybe yes, that is the strategy because it is crucial and important to get wickets, but getting that tight lane, that lane where you don't concede many runs is something very, very important. So if those bowlers could go for the offside, it is something that will work out for them. They can try and attack maybe once in a while, but then the game is just starting. So we need to be looking out for the best against Kenya, when Kenya under-19 takes on Rwanda under-19.
And looking at the weather today, it's cold. And looking at the energies of the Rwanda under-19 team, isn't it scary now if they keep this momentum that they're having? Because we've seen them being more aggressive, and looking now, they are not that aggressive as they been in the first games.
I don't think it is something really that is supposed to be worrying. Because Kenya already sealed a spot in the finals where they will be playing Uganda, because currently it is mathematically impossible for Rwanda to qualify for the finals. So it is a game where you expect the teams to come and put up a show. So Kenya does not have to be on pressure. Remember, we are just in the opening overs of the game, so they have to try and make sure that they get some runs and get around a defendable score.
Efforts there, good efforts on the fielding. However, there's nothing to chase today. The Rwandese are still standing in strong to limit the Kenya under-19 team from scoring the big scores. And looking at this partnership, it is showing, because Confianza Rukundo opened the ball and conceded 10 runs. Seeing Patrick coming in and conceding 1 run, it seems they are good to go with the bowling partnerships.
Yeah, well, Confiance Rukundo leaked some runs, giving out a total of 10 runs, and that man Confiance Rukundo had to come out so well to try and make sure that he limits the damage for the team. So it is very, very good for him, because he has given a very good over where he conceded only 1 run. But Confiance Rukundo is back into the attack for the Rwanda under-19. Some good fielding there to stop the ball at covers and make sure that these batters don't get any run. Josh Gohil is one of the good batters there in the Kenyan side. He was in the World Cup qualifiers last year in Dar es Salaam, but this tournament he has not had very, very long innings. He has always been going out so early. I think maybe this is the game where you should try and make sure that he builds a little more confidence and composure, because he will need to put some runs on board for the Kenya under-19.
Looking at Yuvraj and Yash building that partnership, if we take a rewind of the game that we had, the first game of the tournament, Uganda versus Kenya, they stood in to build a partnership that pushed Kenya to score some runs. Although in the second game that we had of Uganda under-19 versus Kenya under-19, this partnership was broken. Let's see if they can stay in there and build a partnership that will help Kenya to score more runs, more than the team they are competing with.
Yeah, of course, Kenya under-19 has been using the partnership of Prenaya Galaya and Yash Gohil to open the batting. But today there has been some change in the tactics. I think Yuvraj Batian has been a little more confident, and maybe the coach took a decision to take him so quickly to look for the runs, because he's one of those batters who bat with a lot of precision. and he doesn't allow so many runs. Sorry, he doesn't allow so many dots. So having him earlier will actually work out for them. So rather the plan brings in Galai at number 3, or it brings back Stian Smith, one of the explosive batters who have been in this tournament, to come and bat at number 3. But it will be really a very good strategy to say that these boys who have been scoring runs come in and do something for Kenya.
The score stands 14 for no loss, which is a good start for the Kenya under 19 team. Chance for a catch, but more energy is needed. Let's see if Kenya today is up to building that partnership that can push it to the big scores of the day.
Patrick there with some good delivery. The ball is sent down towards fine leg, but the fielding was good. Moise Kigabo there with some good fielding. He made his debut yesterday in this tournament as the Rwanda 19 took on Uganda, and today he is back to try and make sure that he does a little more compared to what he did yesterday, because every day should be a day of you improving and doing better. Another good shot there from Yash to keep rotating the strike. tell you something, Kenya is making sure that they try to look for those ones in there, because one by one makes a bundle. You need to be putting the ones and make sure that you take your team close to the winning score. Another good delivery there on the offside. Yash Gohil not in position to get to that one, and that marks the end of the fourth over.
Looking at the game we had yesterday, Kenya under 19 versus the Rwanda under 19 versus Uganda under 19, where Uganda managed to get the big score. If you look at the scoring zones they had, they played balls on the long on, long off, and looking for the gap between point and short covers. Shall we see the same case today if Kenya can stand in and look for those gaps? Because it seems those are the gaps that the Uganda under 19 team used to get the scores they had.
Yeah, but of course, in yesterday's game, you see Uganda didn't lose so many wickets. The batters, Uganda made a recovery after losing 2 wickets in the first power play. They made a recovery that actually tried to make sure that it puts them back into the game. So that really worked out for them, because by the time the explosive batters, the likes of Conrad Wama Ukeman scored 82 of 64, by the time he came in, there was not so much pressure. So if Kenya could also keep its wickets, they will stand a chance of getting a big score, because the batters who come in receding, they don't be with a lot of pressure. But meanwhile, Confiance Rukundo, the captain for Rwanda under 19, is back to bowl for Rwanda from the Kampala Road end. Yuvraj Bhatia, they are not on pressure, because he knows it's a long format game, it's an ODI game, it's a 50 overs game, it's a game where you have to score slowly. But that's the Kenyan dugout, as you can see. That's the dugout led by coach Josephat Irungu as the head coach for the Kenya under 19. Thomas Odo, the development manager, is also in there. And yesterday when I was talking to the players from the Kenya under 19, because yesterday it was their rest day, I had I had chance to talk to them. I was with Yuvraj, but yeah, Stian Smith, and these boys said that they said that having Thomas Odoy, one of the Kenyan legends, back there to do the development is something that has helped Kenya cricket to actually come back and get on a raise. So he's doing a lot of work. He's trying to make sure that he organizes things. Remember, for the last about 3 years, Kenya has not been receiving funding from the ICC. But last year, when the women went to the Division 2 qualifiers, they received funding from the ICC. So it is good that one of the legends who played the game is passionate about improving the game, and he is actually helping the Kenyan side to try and make sure that they develop their cricket and come back to glory. Because remember, back in the days, it used to be so hard for Uganda to beat Kenya, dating back to the years of the 2000s, where Kenya was playing in the World Cup, the likes of Stephen Tikolo there in that squad. But then currently it has been like Uganda has been having a fair tale against Kenya. So something they are working on. It's a rivalry that will be there forever. So when Thomas Odoyo does this development, it means that Kenya will come back to glory, and we shall have some beautiful cricket played here in East Africa.
That marks the end of the over. 22 on board for no loss. Yash Goshil on with Yuvraj. But yeah, Confianza so far has bowled 3 overs, went for 18 runs and no wicket yet. Looking at Confianza's bowling today, it seems to be loose. According to the overs we've seen him bowling, it seems today is not on melt.
Yeah, but of course that bowler Confianza Rukundo had the chance of getting a wicket in the first over, but the catch was dropped there at first slips. So I don't know that it is something that has motivated him to see that he's not coming back. But then what I've liked is that Patrick Iradukunda is doing the tidy business. Even though the other side of Rukunda is leaking runs, but Iradukunda is looking for those balls. He bowls it left arm over the wickets, and he is actually giving in some good deliveries, make sure that he doesn't concede many runs and keep Rwanda in close contention of this game.
Go ahead.
Onena alisomera wakile kwa kuboti yash ni yash go here. Much better deliveries here from Patrick Iradukunda, not doing a lot. He is just looking for the offside, try and make sure that he doesn't allow Kenya to score freely, not allowing Yash Gohil and Yuvraj Bhatia to have those free hands. Good shot there, fielded very nicely there at Longo. Sorry, that's mid-on by the captain for the Rwanda under 19. Ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you're watching in, it is match day 6 of the Easter Youth ODI series. The tournament started on Tuesday and we are still faring. Here we are today. Chance for a run out, misfield, and the 2 runs are taken there. Some good running between the wickets. Yash Gohil and Yuvraj Bhatia. Some good coordination. But ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, the tournament started on Tuesday. It's a round robin tournament where the teams have played each other twice, and this is the last group game. Then tomorrow we shall have the final, and I'd like to inform you that the final is between the top 2 teams. Currently Uganda has 4 points, Kenya has maximum points 6 because they are unbeaten in this tournament. Rwanda has not yet picked a point. They are yet to pick one if they win today's game, and this means that Kenya will take on Uganda tomorrow in the finals, because it is mathematically impossible for Rwanda under 19 to qualify for the finals. Even though they win today's game, they will have 2 points and they will be below Uganda. But the most important thing would be seeing them get a little more positives from this game, seeing them bowl a little better. Looks like that brushed to the pads, and the call from the umpire is not out. Sound might have been there. Marks the end of the over. Yeah, that ball was going down the leg. If the appeal was LBW, that's not out because the ball is on the leg side. But if it is a click or a catch by the wicket keeper, that's still not out, because when you can see the bat was far away from the ball, and that ball must have crashed to the bats. 6 overs bowled, 25 for no loss is the score.
Looking at the bowling partnership between Patrick and Confianza, seems Patrick is in to make sure that he puts right what the captain is doing wrong, because Confianza seems to be making the Kenya under 19 batsmen to score in an easy way. When you look at the shots they are playing in an easy way. They are showing that it is easy to score off the balls he is bowling. But let's see if he can get a good comeback, because we've not seen him play like this before.
Yeah, but Confianza Rukundo is one of those bowlers. As the captain leading from the up front, he has been always coming in for the Rwanda under 19, and he has been taking wickets. So I believe him keeping himself into the attack. Maybe he's looking for that breakthrough, because when you look at the tournament statistics, Gujvan Singh is topping the bowling statistics. So Gujvan Singh is from Uganda. He has so far picked 9 wickets. Stian Smith, who has been so good with the bat, has 7 wickets. Christopher Chidega, the captain for Uganda under 19, has 7 wickets. Richard Sohera, 6. Balidawa Ali has 5. Neil Doshi is the highest wicket taker there for the Kenya under 19. And when you look at that side of the Rwanda under 19, Gihozo Elizei is the man who has been taking wickets. He has so far picked 4 wickets. Yeah, but then Confianza Rukundo, the captain, has picked 2 wickets so far in this tournament, and he has picked crucial wickets there for the Rwanda under 19. So he has to keep himself into the attack, because he is on the team as a bowler. So he has to try and make sure that he doesn't fail his side by getting some wickets. Wait is the call there from Yash Gohil, as that ball is placed straight to the fielder. Another good shot there from Yuvraj, but yeah, he looks for the gap at deep off point, and he manages to rotate the strike. That was some good shot, placed very nicely in the gap. Some good shot there from Yash Gohil. He looks for the gap. The fielding not on top, and they managed to get 2 runs.
And that marks the end of the 7th over. Confianza Rukundo, who has bowled so far 4 overs, went for 23 runs and no wicket. Analyzing the game we had yesterday of the Rwanda under 19 team playing against the Uganda under 19 team, Confianza Rukundo was the man who stood on and made breakthroughs in their batting. Looking at the way he's bowling today, it seems he is not in his mode of bowling. He has so far conceded 23 runs, which looks not good for the day today.
Yeah, but of course yesterday he managed to come back into the game. He bowled 10 overs and conceded a total of 46 runs, but then he managed to pick 2 wickets. But I believe he should be now looking at bringing in the other bowlers and make sure that they look for the breakthrough, because it's not really a very good bowling performance from him. So he needs to first get himself out of the attack as he waits for the other batters down in the order of Kenya. Maybe that's when he could come back. But Iradukunda Patrick is doing a lot of work there to make sure that he contains the Kenyan batters, minimizing the damage. He has bowled 3.2, conceded only 8 runs. He's doing very well there for the Rwanda under 19. tell you something, Arafat, if you've been critical in this tournament, Thomas Odeo, the development for Kenya cricket, has never watched any game from their tent. He is always watching the games at the sidelines. He's always watching the games from outside the dugout. I think him being the boss to Joseph Atirungu, he doesn't want to put that unnecessary pressure on the coach. He needs to leave the coach do his work. And I also believe he wants to see the boys expressing themselves, because when you see the way Yash Gohil and Yuvraj Bhatia are batting at the moment, they don't look like they are going to give out any wickets soon. Very quick run there from Yash Gohil and Yuvraj Bhatia to try and make sure that they rotate the strike.
And that marked the end of the 8th over. Patrick, who was so far bowled 4 overs, 10 runs, no wicket, 33 runs on board for no loss. Kenya under 19 staying in there, building partnerships. Yuvraj with 23 of 30 and Yash with 9 of 18. Chance for a catch, and it is taken, and the Rwanda under 19 team gets a breakthrough through the partnership that the Kenya under 19 team was building. The score stands 34 for loss of 1. Confianza Rukundo, the captain, in there doing the job he wants his fellow bowlers to do.
Yeah, of course I told you that, but that was a beautiful catch. That has been very well. The diving efforts there from the Rwandese under 19 star has been very, very good. Some great reflexes there and agility displayed in the field to make sure that the captain for the Kenya under 19 is dismissed. I told you the reason as to why Rukundo Confianza was keeping himself in the attack is because he wanted to get his team a breakthrough, and he has managed to get his team that breakthrough. But ladies and gentlemen, the new man in there for the Kenya under 19 has been opening the batting against the captain Prenaya Galaya, and now he is in at number 3 to try and make sure that he looks for the runs that Kenya under 19 needs. Talk there between that man Chris Yusuf Namhoranyi and the captain. That is the replay there on your screen. Confianza Rukundo came in with the ball straight to the stumps, and that shot went straight to mid-on. Beautiful catch there was completed to see Yash Gohil out. Some good delivery there from Confianza Rukundo. I believe when you say a new man walking in or a new man ready to bat, it's time for you to try out a yorker or maybe a ball that is a little straight. But then Confianza has gone for the offside. Yash Gohil, 42 runs so far in this tournament. Not very bad for him as an opener, because one of the work that openers have. Chance for a catch there at fine leg, but the fielder who was standing wide didn't get that one. Prenaya Galaya will walk away with that. Patrick Radukunda will be coming back into the attack there for the Rwanda under 19.
Patrick back onto the hunt for another wicket. Let's see if the Rwanda under 19 team can make another breakthrough and maintain the hold they're having against the Kenya under 19 team. It's 36 for loss of 1, which is a good comeback for the Rwanda under 19 team.
Yeah, that very much needed breakthrough there for the Rwanda under 19. They needed to get a wicket before the end of the first power play, and the unlucky person was the captain for Kenya under 19. So here they are trying to hunt the wicket, but I tell you something, before they get Stian Smith, things can never be good for them, because he's one of the batters who will come and score many runs for the team with a lot of ease. So as Rwanda is fighting, they should know that down in the order there are some explosive batters who will try and steal away the game. But Patrick is giving some nice deliveries there. He bowls left arm over, and those balls look a little challenging to be played, because every time you're waiting for that ball, it looks like the ball is going away from you. And when you look at the Kenyan batters, not most of them hit the balls that come straight to the body side, so it gives them a lot of challenge. They are going hard for those that are going outside off stump, but it's a much better over there from Patrick. Another one on the body side, the appeal is on, but looks like that one brushed to the pads and not out is the call from the umpire. Let's have a close look at that one. Can see from the replay the bat was a distance away from the ball, so that's not out. Good umpiring there from senior Elonge Baker Otema, the umpire who is umpiring alongside Agaba Eddy.
And that marks the end of the 10th over. 36 runs on board for loss of 1. Yuvraj with 24 of 37 and Pinaya with 2 of 2.
Yeah, but well, that was a much better over there from Patrick Iradukunda. He came and delivered a maiden over, first maiden in this innings, and that's how you do the damage control for your team, because it's leaking runs the other side, so you'll need someone to do the damage control. End of the power play, end of the first power play. Up to a maximum of 4 fielders will be allowed outside the 40 yards mark, from the 40 yards circle. And the captain for the Kenya Under-19 Rukundo changes the tactics a bit as he introduces in a slow bowler from the Kampala Road end. The new bowler there coming to bowl for the Rwanda Under-19, Theoneste Hakuzearemye. Much better deliveries there from Theoneste, not allowing Galaya to open up his arms, not allowing him to get runs slower there. Theoneste is trying to be one of the challenging bowlers there for the Rwanda Under-19. He's picked the highest number of wickets for the Rwanda side, and there he is. Straight to the field at Gale, no run taken. Patrick Radukunda there doing the tidy work and stopping that ball very, very nicely. Looks like this is one of the comeback overs that Rwanda needed. And Theoneste Hakuzearemye delivering a very good one. Well, I want to tell you something, Arafat, as the 11th over comes to an end. Those have been 2 back-to-back maiden overs. Patrick Radukunda delivering one from the school end, and the new man into the attack there, Theoneste Hakuzearemye, also delivered one. And this is one of the things that Rwanda needs to be doing to try and make sure that they limit these batters from Kenya to score so many runs. Remember yesterday the coach for Rwanda Under-19 Adele Tuyizere expressed disappointment in the team. The team was allowing so many runs to be scored, but I think it is now much better. 36 for 1, 11 overs bowled, Patrick Iradukunda is back into the attack for the for the Rwanda under 19 from the school end. Placed in the gap, one of the things Yuvraj has been doing is trying and make sure that he doesn't be on the strike a lot, because you need to be rotating around the strike and adding runs for your team.
Looking at the lines that are being bowled by the Rwanda under 19 team bowlers today, it seems they are not more attacking. They are not attacking the wickets like they've played before.
Yeah, but of course, every time you try to attack the wickets, those balls can be smashed away. You need to be bowling that good length and putting it at the fourth off stump to try and make sure that you don't let the batters play your balls with a lot of comfort and ease. That's the lane I was talking about. Puts it at the offside, and Galai not making any attempt. Can see there Patrick bowling many variations. He's bowling some to the offside, some to the stumps. Try and make sure that he doesn't allow Pranaya Galaya to open up his arms and swing so hard at that one. But Pranaya is not one of those very explosive batters. I think for him, he knows the work that he's sent to do. His work is just try and make sure that he rotates strike.
Having Yuvraj on, it looks too scary for the Rwanda under 19 team, because if you take a rewind of the game that Uganda under 19 played against Kenya under 19, Yuvraj made the best partnership with Stian Smith. If it is the case today, it might be a danger part for the Rwanda under 19 team.
Yeah, of course, Uganda might have been a little bit complacent, scoring 203 runs against the Kenya under 19. It is one of the big scores that we've had in this tournament. But Kenya under 19 was equal the challenge, that partnership of Stian Smith and Yuvraj Bhatia scoring a total of 164 runs, kept Rwanda in the game and sent them to victory. By the time they reached the last overs of the game, Kenya was already holding the charges to see that they could seal off that win.
That marks the end of the over. 37 runs on board for loss of 1. Pranaya with 2 of 13 and Yuvraj with 25 of 38. If Yuvraj is in to stay there, we might see the first half century of the day.
Tell you something, Yuvraj, every time he's on strike, he tries to make sure that he rotates the strike. He makes sure that he looks for that single and gets on the other side. And you need a couple of batters who will be playing that, who will be rotating the strike to and make sure that they keep you in that game.
And that marks the end of the 13th over. 38 runs on board for loss of 1. Pranaya with 2 of 18 and Yuvraj with 26 of 39. Theonesto is in there with the ball. 2 overs so far, 1 run and 0 wicket. It shows he is in there to contain all the damage that was done by the Kenya under-19 batsmen. Let's see if this partnership can stick in there and give the Kenya under-19 a good start. There's been a chance for a catch in the slips, but it needed more energies on it, and the score stands 41 for loss of 1. Chance for a run out, but low energies today for the Rwanda under-19 team. According to the way we've seen them fielding in this tournament, let's hope they'll have a good comeback. Patrick with the ball, 6.3 balls so far, 15 runs and no wicket. Energies on that, and the Kenya under-19 batsmen managed to get 2 runs off that ball. The score stands 45 for loss of 1. That marks the end of the 14th over. Yuvraj with 31 of 43, which is a good show, and Pranaya with 3 of 20, staying in there, holding the wicket for Yuvraj. If this partnership can go stronger and stronger, we see a more better partnership than the one we had yesterday when Magezi Ronald was batting with Olipa Gerard, which pushed Uganda to have the best scores of the tournament. Remember, we are in the Easter ODI Youth Series, broadcasted by the Deep End Sports Media, hosted in Uganda by the Uganda Cricket Association. tidy lines bowled today by Theonesto, who has so far bowled 2 overs and 1 run, which is a good show for today. If he can keep it and keep the lines, he will be the person who will make that comeback for the Rwanda under-19 team.
Yeah, but of course, Theoneste Hakuzaremi opened up his account so well, picking a maiden. His first over was a maiden, and he's just conceded only 1 run after bowling 2.2 overs. So he's bowling much better lanes, and he should actually be looking at keeping his ball there. Looks like Pranaya Galaya is not in a hurry anyway, because see, we are just in the 15th over. So many overs are still yet to come, so it's a game where you don't need to be on pressure. It's a game where you need to just build the innings and the partnership. Theoneste completes his second maiden, and that marks the end of the 15th over. 45 for a loss of 1 wicket is the current score. Yuvraj Bhatia there trying to tell Pranaya to go so hard on the balls that are pitched outside.
Looking at the way Theonesto is bowling today, there's a lot of consistency. He's in there. He's having all the discipline that is required to give Rwanda under-19 a good comeback.
The captain for Rwanda under-19 doesn't do any mistake, and he keeps Patrick Iradukunda in the attack from the school end. Patrick Iradukunda has so far bowled 7 overs and he has conceded only 18 runs. Rwanda will need another tied bowler from the school end if they are to replace Patrick. Hasn't picked a wicket, but he is so tidy and is not conceding many runs. Tell you something, one of the things Yuvraj Bhatia has been doing is trying to make sure that he rotates the streak. He goes off the streak again.
Looking at the bowling partnership of Patrick and Theoneste, there is a lot of consistency. They are bowling in those spots that they are limiting the Rwanda under-19 batsmen from scoring from their balls. Let's hope they can keep the same discipline and maintain the scores we are having on board.
Yeah, but of course, when you look at Pranaya Galaya has been getting challenges playing those balls on the offside. So I don't think Patrick had to do a lot, but he just had to keep those balls there. This time, Pranaya manages to rotate the strike. Another good shot there placed in the gap. Extra covers was at the boundary and a solitary run is taken. Another good shot there to fine leg. Fielder was standing a bit wider, manages to get that ball and sends it back so quickly, but that marks the end of the over.
Looking at the way this partnership is batting, We take a round of the partnership we had yesterday of Olipa Gerard and Magezi Ronald. One of them scoring and the other one keeping the wicket. Is this a strategy that we think, or a strategy that we see pushing teams to the big scores we are seeing in the tournament?
Yeah, but of course, having two batters in there, you cannot send them the same work. If one batter is trying to attack the way you see Yuvraj, the other batter should be trying to block. As you can see, Yuvraj faced 46 deliveries and scored 33, and Pranaya has faced 29 and scored 5 runs. So he is doing so well to keep and rotate the striker there with his partner.
Fionesto back with the ball. 49 runs for loss of 1.
Galaya going a little bit harder at that one, and he manages to pick a run. Kenya reaches the 50 runs mark. We are just into the 17th over. Chance for a catch there, but the ball goes to the ground. Yuvraj will enjoy a second life. He opened up he gave himself some room. Slow ball there from Thioneste, but Pranaya Galaya watches that one all through, and that marks the end of the 17th over.
51 runs on the board for loss of 1, and that brings us to our first water break of the inning. We shall be back when the umpires step onto the pitch. Thank you for watching.
After the drinks break, it's match day 6 of the Easter Youth ODI series. The group's stage games will be concluded today as the Kenya under 19 squares off with the Rwanda under 19. It's a round robin tournament, and I tell you something, the two have played each other. That game where Rwanda under 19 won the toss and took a decision to bat first, managed to score 124 runs, and Kenya chased them with 8 wickets in hand. Patrick Iradukunda is the bowler who has come back to bowl for the Rwanda under 19 from the school end. He's bowled very, very tight lines. He's not conceding so many runs, putting everything on merit and posing some challenge here for the team. And this is the performance that the coaches for the Rwanda under 19 side, Adele Tuizire and Anseleme Mugisha, would be looking at. See their boys play a little well. I think the decision to see them bowl first was to make sure that they see how they fare up, how they bowl those 50 overs, how they balance everything, because leadership has to be there on the field. But after 8.1 deliveries, Patrick has conceded only 22 runs, and that is some good bowling from him.
Looking at the way the Rwanda under 19 team is bowling today, we are seeing a lot of consistency. We are seeing a lot of discipline whenever they are delivering the ball. It looks like they got a good lesson here in Jinja, Uganda. Let's hope they will take back more and tell the friends they left in Rwanda how good the city looks, because they're having good accommodation, nice feeding, and they are playing in a good environment.
Yeah, but of course, as the Rwanda under 19 looks at taking back the experience, they should also be looking at taking back good cricket. They should be looking at going and play out themselves so well, because they have a Division 2 World Cup qualifier which should be happening in September in Malawi. So it is very crucial that they use these as learning moments to try and make sure that when they go for the qualifiers, they could qualify for Division 1 and come and join their brothers, Kenya and Uganda, who already remained in the Division 1 and didn't get relegated.
.51 on board for loss of 1 is the score. Looking at the way the Kenya under 19 batsmen are playing and the wickets they are still having, should we expect a much more better performance than that we had of Uganda under 19 playing against the Rwanda under 19?
Yeah, well, I believe maybe the batters will come out and play so well, because when you look at the order there for Rwanda, for the order for the Kenya under 19, they still have Stian Smith, Aditya Vekaria, Akset Sekar, Ashdeep Kundi, Shilok Sain, and Fortune Chalo, Dil Patel, who is making his debut, James Gethu Amwara, and all these should be coming in to try and add something for something on board for the Kenya under 19. But Rwanda under 19 has also been clinical today. 4 maidens have been bowled. Patrick Radkona has bowled 2 maidens, and Theoneste Akuzieremi has bowled 2 maidens. So it means, unlike yesterday's game, today Rwanda is going to actually limit Kenya to somehow a few runs, because they are very clinical in their bowling.
Loud appeals and the umpire seems not interested. Gihozo bowling his first over. 4 balls so far. No run got from his over. Chance for a catch, but it is not taken. Gihozo seems disappointed, but the fielder didn't have enough to take the catch. That marks the end of the 19th over. 51 runs on board for loss of 1. Let's see if Kenya under 19 can stand and build partnerships that will push it to scoring the big scores. Because remember, we are having Uganda under 19 as the team with the best scores of the Easter or their youth series. They managed to score 300 runs from the Rwanda under 19 team. Prinaya there batting with Yuvraj. Prinaya so far has faced 38 balls, 6 runs, and Yuvraj 55 balls for 34 runs. Let's see if they can build a much more better partnership that will push them to the high scores of this game. And the captain does no mistake. He brings another man in the attack. Kigabo there bowling. Let's see if he can make a breakthrough for the Rwanda under 19 team. Beautiful shots played by Yuvraj, who stands in a score of 40 off 58, more 10 runs if he is to score the first half century of this inning. Let's see if he can stick in there and give a much more better performance than that he gave us when the Kenya under 19 team was playing against the Uganda under 19 team. Beautiful shots played by Yuvraj. However, in the first overs that were bowled, he didn't seem to play balls pitched on the leg side, but it seems he is in the game now. He's able to play all the balls that are being bowled on his leg side, showing he is in there to score for his team. He stands in with a score of 43 of 60 balls and Pranaya with 6 of 38. The score stands 60 for loss of 1, which is a good start for the Kenya under-19 team. That was a full delivery. That was delivered and it was well cleared. If you take a look of the games we've had in this tournament, whenever a loose ball is bowled, the person who is batting is able to take on, which shows a lot of mental strength in the teams that are playing. The people batting, they have a lot of confidence in their play. Whenever any loose ball is bowled, they are ready to take it on. And the score stands as 64 for loss of 1. Chance for a run out. However, the Kenya under-19 batsmen managed to get 2 runs off that ball. This shows a lot of confidence in their batting because they are able to take the runs where they are needed. If you look at the way they are running in between their wickets, it shows a lot of composure today. It looks they need to get the highest scores. Let's see if this partnership can stick in there and give good scores to the team. Chance for a catch and it is taken. However, the celebrations are not that the score stands 68 for loss of 2. The man in there who was standing in to get the scores for the Kenya under-19, Yuvraj, 46 of 63, which I think is a good score.
Somewhere in the game at the same moment where Stian Smith bats with Yuvraj. Unfortunately, it didn't happen as Yuvraj is dismissed court. Stian Smith is in to bat with Pranaya. Their partnership was so good in their game against Uganda. So I thought maybe I could see them try and play together. But then, unfortunately, Yuvraj is out. Elizei Gihozo there with the second wicket for the Rwanda under-19.
Having Pranaya on and Stian Smith, shall we expect a good sure, because when Stian Smith was batting with Yuvraj, they seemed to make a good batting couple. Let's see if these two can stay in there and give us the same show we had when Stian Smith was batting with Yuvraj.
Yeah, but of course, when you see that that man Pranaya Golaya is not one of those batters who will attack that ball a lot. He is going to try and make sure that I just wanted stroke for Stian Smith. Then Stian Smith will do the aggressive part of it, because for him, he is one of those batters who are so aggressive. Even though you look at their partnership with Yuvraj Bhatia, as Yuvraj Bhatia was rotating strikes, Stian was trying to attack some of the balls, even though he was dismissed in the Uganda game on a reverse sweep. So I think he will put up a very great show here for the Kenya under 19. New bowler coming in there for the Kenya, sorry, for the Rwanda under 19, Yves Kusa. Yesterday bowled so well against Uganda. He managed to pick 3 wickets, and now here he is. He's one of the part-time bowlers. Back in Rwanda, he plays for Indorwa Cricket Club, the Division 1 team. So now here he is to try and make sure that he gets some runs. Sorry, he gets some wickets for the Kenya under 19.
Loose fielding from the Rwanda under 19. Looking at the way they are fielding today, it seems they are low. They are not that we know from them. They looked so aggressive when they are fielding, but if you look at their fielding today, they seem to be bored in the field. Let's see if they can get that comeback and limit the Kenya under 19 team from scoring high scores like we had yesterday when they played against Uganda. Stian Smith there goes off the mark. Score standing at 70 for loss of 2. Seeing Stian Smith batting, it shows a lot of mental fitness. He has the ability to score at balls. Mostly whenever he's playing against the spinners, he's more comfortable. Will we expect more? Because when we look at the bowling attack of the Rwanda under 19, they're using slow bowlers at this time.
Yeah, but of course it's the time for the slow bowlers to come in, and I think Smith will just try to play around using his arms and rotate strike to get a little more runs for the Kenya under 19. Quick over there from Yves Kusa. That marks the end of the 22nd over. Head over there from Yves, conceding only 2 runs after delivering that 22nd over, and 70 for 2 is the current score for the Kenya under 19. Batting now, Pranaya Golaya and Stian Smith. We're looking at scoring a little more and building a partnership that lasts. Rwanda will continue with the slow bowlers. That boy Stian Smith, the way he uses his arms, he makes bowling look easy. Sends that one Kenya under 19 has been displaying some good composure while batting here. And if I'm not mistaken, Kenya under 19 is the highest ranked team because in the Division 1 qualifiers they finished second on top of Uganda who finished third. And for Rwanda under 19 they didn't make the cut. They didn't qualify for Division 1, that qualifier which was played in Nigeria. So Kenya is showing a lot of composure here with the bat and always giving us a run and a chase for the money. They're always giving us good cricket here. It has been entertaining watching these youngsters play. When you see the choice of shots that they use, it is really amazing. But then even when also raising up so quickly in the ranks, they are improving and playing a little much more better than they were playing. And I believe when September in the Malawi qualifier that will happen in September, Rwanda will stand a chance of coming to the Division 1 to battle out with countries like Uganda, Kenya, Namibia to see who qualifies for the next World Cup.
Looking at the game we are having today, comparing to the games we've seen Rwanda under 19 playing, it shows they've learnt more. So far, we've not seen much extras than they were bowling. Because if you look at the attack they had whenever they were bowling, there were a number of extras that were bowled, but it shows they are improving, they are making their game better.
Yeah, I think what is lacking for the Kenya under 19 is the body language. The body language has not been so positive like in the other games. The other games you would hear them singing that the Wolves are attacking. They would sing a lot of songs in Kinyarwanda. Today we've not seen so many. Maybe they try to change the tactics a bit, but I think that this puts them in a position which is not so good. Also looking at the extras, after 23 overs, only 2 extras have been bowled. Only 2 weights have been bowled. So it means that in this game Rwanda is bowling so well. They are bowling as per the plan, because yesterday coach Adele to Izere said that one of the things that affected Rwanda so much was the failure to adhere and stick on the plan. But Yves Kusa is back into the attack for Rwanda under 19 from the school end. Rwanda should be they should be looking at working on those mistakes in the field, because in most cases when you see this game, even though a fielder gets the ball, they are always sending it past the wicket keeper. The throws have not been so good and it has costed them a bit, so they need to be working on that, try and make sure that they don't let the opponent score so many runs coming from their mistakes. If Kusa here using the experience he has and delivering those juicy balls, giving the batter appetite to see if we could give out a catch. It's Easter Sunday. For us who believe in Christ, our Lord Jesus Christ has risen from the dead, and we say he is risen. And the significance of this is that when we die, we shall rise again. Good shot there from Stian Smith. Fielder standing a little bit straighter, but didn't manage to get that one, and that ball. Innings.
Yeah, and looking at the way Stian Smith is applying himself, he's the man to score for the team. Whenever he gets a chance to bat, he makes sure he applies himself. And that marks the end of the over. 87 runs on board for loss of 2. Kenya under 19 taking over the Rwanda under 19. Stian Smith with 17 off 10, which is a good start for him if he is to stay in there. And Pranaya, who's maintaining his wicket with 13 off 49.
He's put the batters on pressure. He will always get back to his run-up as quickly as he can to show that he is ready to deliver the receding delivery. Just love the way he's bowling everything to the stumps. He's trying to send in those juicy balls to see that he gives Galai appetite of going hard to hit. Maybe will trap him caught. Well, that is the 5th maiden in the innings. Gehozo Elizei delivering a quick one there, and that marks the end of the 25th over. Arafat, I'd like to tell you that we have more 25 overs to complete this innings.
Looking at the scores now, it looks like Kenya is not in for the big scores. If you analyze the game that we had yesterday, by this number of overs, Uganda under 19 was going big. We expect a more good show if they build those partnerships.
Yves Kusa is the man there back into the attack for the Rwanda 19. Big swing there from Stian Smith. I tell you something, even if Stian Smith is going for a single, he goes so hard that you don't stop his ball with ease. It's one of the very aggressive batters in the Kenyan side. He reminds me of a Kenyan international called Alex Ouma Obanda. One of the very aggressive batters who swing so hard. But that's a much better delivery there from Chusa. And fielding combination there from Kigabo to make sure that that ball is stopped very well at covers. I don't think there is something to cause any worry to the Kenyan batters because they have not yet lost wickets and they have 88 runs. We are just going into the last half of overs. So I believe if these batters could still keep in there, the partnership continues. Maybe when we get into the last 20 overs, it will be time for attacking the ball. And if you have resources, well, you stand a very great chance of winning the game. These are some of the fans who have come around to watch this beautiful game of cricket here at Jinja Senior Secondary School Cricket Oval. Well, that marks the end of the 26th over.
Looking at the way the Kenya under 19 batsmen are applying themselves, this seems to be a big lesson to the other countries, because whenever you see the way they are batting, they have a lot of composure. They're applying themselves. When you look at their shot selection, they just have a good shot selection. When you look at their mental strength, they are mentally stable to play the game.
Today, Kenya has brought in a few fans to try and support the team. That man there with the Vizela, he has been blowing it since early morning. And then on your screen is Thomas Odo, the development manager for Kenya Cricket, to make sure that Kenya wins the series. Lizei Gihozo tries out something, but that will go for wide. Maybe was trying to get it to the pads.
Good running between the wickets as Kenya manages to get 2 runs off that ball. And when you take a look of the shots that are being played, the way the Kenyan batsmen are applying themselves, won't this be a threat to the teams that will play the under 19 World Cup qualifiers?
Yeah, of course, these batters pose a very great threat, because when you see the way that previous 2 runs that they have taken, Stan Smith pressed it in the gap so nicely, because he knew that square leg is standing deep, and they are using deep mid wicket. They are using a field at cow corner, and they are also having a field at extra covers. I don't know why Gihozo is looking for that leg side, because those balls are going wide, but then his fielder is standing at the boundary. Oh, the fielder has walked in now close to the umpire. So you don't need to be putting those balls on the boundary if you know that you don't have protection, because you stand the risk of conceding a boundary. Looks like the tactic is working for them. Every time Pranaya Galaya is on strike, the fielder at square leg is close to the umpire. And when it is Stan Smith, the fielder is at the boundary to see if they could get a catch when he goes hard. It was chance for a catch, but not taken. Tell you something, Arafat, I'm learning Kinyarwanda so quickly. Even when I'm here and I hear someone saying Guanyuma, I'll know that is the last ball. But that marks the end of the 27th over. 95 for 2 is the current score. Pranaya Galaya and Stan Smith are the batters in there for Kenya to try and make sure that they add some runs on the board for the team.
The Kenya dug out there looking. The score stands 95 for loss of 2. That goes for a 6. Stan Smith now is in to score for the team. When you look at a quick replay of how he picked that ball, there was a lot of composure. He applied himself, pushing the score to 101 for loss of 2. Stian Smith is in there, and Pranay trying hard to build a partnership that will push them to the high scores. Stian Smith with 27 of 18 and Pranay with 14 of 61, which is a good start to build a good partnership that can last in and score the big runs. Beautiful shots played by Stian Smith. When he is in there batting, there is a lot of composure in his batting. Let's see if he can stick in there and give us a show that he gave us when the Kenya under 19 team was playing against the Uganda under 19 team. That marks the end of the over. Score standing at 105 for loss of 2. Stian Smith 31 of 22 and Pranay with 14 of 61. Yves are there, the man who bowled 4 overs, 23 runs and no wicket. Some big shots have been played in his over, and it is working for the Kenya under 19 team, because when you look at this partnership, it is bringing runs on board. Let's see if they can stick in there, build a more better partnership to give good scores to the team. Beautifully played shot, and it goes for 4 runs. When you see this partnership growing, it looks they are in to stay in. They are not in to lose the wicket. Let's see if the Rwanda under 19 can get a breakthrough to make a decline in the runs, because runs are coming on board, and it looks like the Kenya under 19 batsmen are getting them in an easy way. And that marks the end of the 30th over. The score stands 113 for loss of 2. Gihozo there, the man who has been bowling, he has so far bowled 6 overs, went for 26 runs and 1 wicket. Kenya under 19 taking over the Rwanda under 19. Stian Smith there batting 34 of 24 and Pranaya with 19 of 65. The umpire signals a wide delivery. Yves Chusa back on the hunt. He has so far bowled 4 overs, went for 24 runs and no wicket. Nice shot played and it goes for 4 runs. Yves are not making any mistake of hunting for the wickets because Stian Smith is a strong man. Pitched in his wickets. Let's see if Yves can make that breakthrough to break this partnership that is growing stronger and stronger. Another shot played and it goes for a massive. Stian Smith on the hunt. 44 runs from 20 balls. Whenever you look at Stian Smith batting, all the balls that are pitched in the line of his stumps is able to take them on. Let's see if he can make it to give us the first half century of the inning today. Gihozo back on the hunt. Nice fielding on the boundaries as the fielder manages to send that ball, and Kenya under 19 batsmen managed to get 2 runs off that ball. The score standing at 126 for loss of 2. Gihozo, who has so far bowled 6 overs and 28 runs from his overs and 1 wicket. That marks the end of the over. Stian Smith in there with 45 of 31. Looking at Yuvraj not performing to of scoring the big scores, because if we take a rewind of the game we had when Stian Smith was batting with Yuvraj, they managed to make that partnership that helped the team to take the victory against the Uganda under 19 team, which is not the case today. Let's hope we now will stay in, give us another show like that we had of Stian Smith batting with Yuvraj. 45 from 31 is Stian Smith's score, and 27 from 70 is Pinaya's score. Some diving efforts, but the Kenya batsman Stian Smith manages to get a run off that ball, and the score stands in. Let's see if they can stay in and build a much more better partnership that will push the team to the high scores, because looking at the scores that we've had yesterday, Uganda under 19 stood in to give us the best performance of the Easter ODI Youth Series, as they scored the highest score of the tournament against the Rwanda under 19, which we thought would be a much more better score for the Kenya under 19, because if we look at the way Kenya under 19 played against the Uganda under 19, they showcased themselves, they applied themselves, and we thought they were ahead of the Uganda under 19. Let's hope they can build in and give us a much more better performance than that we had yesterday. That marks the end of the over, and the score stands at 129 for loss of 2, which is a good score for the Kenya under 19, if at all the batsmen in there can stay in, build partnerships, and give us the big shots like the ones we had when Mulongo Paul was batting with Luvama Conrad. It was such a nice day for cricket yesterday, as the Uganda under 19 team had most of its top order batsmen giving us the scores, giving us the high scores. Let's see if the Kenya under 19 can still stay in and show us a much more better positive game than we had yesterday. nice lines from Gihozo, but Stian Smith is equal to the challenge, is able to play. When you look at the coordination is having, if you look at the way he's playing, the eye coordination, 50 up is Stian Smith manages to give us the first half century of this innings. 137 is the score. Stian Smith with 53 of 39. When you take a look of how Stian Smith is batting, there's a lot of composure, there's a lot of eye coordination. He is watching the ball, he is in lines of playing the ball, he positions himself in the lines of hitting that ball in a very good way. If you look at his shot selection, he's in there, he's more aggressive when he's going hard. Although he's getting one run off the ball, he's more aggressive. He uses his energies to get the ball to the boundaries. Although he manages to get one from it, but still he has a lot of composure, he's aggressive. Let's see if he can stay in there and give us the same show he's giving us in these innings. And here in the commentary box, I'm joined by Narinda Singhi, one of the players of the Century Rounders, one of the clubs we are having here in the playing in the Uganda Cricket League. Let's see how he sees this game. Let's see what he has seen that Kenya under-19 is doing much better than the rest of the teams. Narinda, you're welcome in the commentary box.
Good morning, Arafat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to Uganda. We're seeing Kenya being very dominant with their display of batting. Rwanda is a very good fielding side, an upcoming side. They look very disciplined, but I believe they've come all the way from Rwanda to come and do a bit of experience.
Looking at the scores today, yesterday we had a much more better score. Looking at the wickets the Kenya under-19 is having in hand, should we expect a much more better performance than they've performed before in this tournament?
Kenya looks a very good balanced side. Kenya looks a very balanced side. The likes of Smith, Yuvraj, their consistent batsmen have come to score most of their runs. As we see, Smith is a very attacking guy. He takes on the bad ball. His strike rate is over 100. This is, I believe, his second 50 of this series. And he looks very composed. He's already signed in. His partner as well is giving him good support as well.
Has one of the players in the Century Rounders Cricket Club, most of your players like Nero Jonathan, Bagaga Hassan, Soeda Richard playing for the Uganda under-19 team, what does it indicate? What does it show to your club?
Not to the club alone, it is to the individuals. They have worked hard. They have really worked hard. They deserve their spots. And hopefully they can come through to show that why they have been selected. Nero is a very potential fast bowler, a bowling all-rounder. Bagaga is a very stable batsman. He's a good 50 ODI player. We have Sohela, our spin wizard.
Analyzing the composure we see here in the batting side of the Kenya under-19, there is a lot that we've taken from them. They apply themselves, they play the nice shots. Should we expect the Uganda under-19 team to give them an equal challenge when they will go to the under-19 World Cup qualifiers?
I believe we should not start by the qualifiers. We should start by what's taking place down here. Both Uganda-Kenya games have gone to the wire. We just need to iron out a few things so that we can outperform or like do better in the next game. All that comes down to how determined the boys are. I believe they're determined, but we just need to see more focus, more zeal, more aggression. Kenya looks a very balanced side, composed. They look like a team. You can see them cheering. You can see them talking to each other. Like they have their responsibility up there. So we need to show up to the party. Yes, we have lost 2 games, but they're 2 nail biters. You know, at the end of the day, whoever wins the final is the one who chews that cow. So let's hopefully have a better game on Monday. That's tomorrow. I believe Uganda has qualified, right? Yeah, it has.
The umpire having signaled our second water break of this innings. Let's take a short break. We shall be back when the umpires step on. Back from the water break, the score stands at 145 for loss of 2. Kenya under-19 is in there with Stian Smith 56 of 43 and Pranay with 25 of 76. Still here in the commentary box, I'm still joined by the Century Rounders player Narinder Singhi, still giving us more of his views in this tournament, all the games that have been played. Remember, we are in the Easter ODI Youth Series that are hosted here in Jinja, Uganda, hosted by the Uganda Cricket Association. And according to the games we've seen from the first game of the tournament, we are seeing teams improving and improving. Should we call this a development tournament where we see teams coming in and they are dominating, all the players are dominating for their teams?
No, it's more of a development tournament, but it paves us a way towards the next 2-3 years to see our potential players to take through the national team. As far as I've noticed or looked around, Rwanda looks like more of a development side. They've come to really have a good experience, take back to the other side and say what they have really seen, done, what difference in levels. As for Kenya, they look, as I said again, Arafat, they're a very balanced side. Ugandans are way balanced, but we need to remove those fine margins to have at least a break-even side. As yesterday, Uganda displayed a very good first inning score of 300. All the batsmen, whoever was responsible, came up and did their job. The likes of Olipa has already had 350s in this series. Gabla had his first 450. Was it Gabla? Mulongo, sorry. You know, I usually mix up our boys. Conrad, after being put on bench for a while, came and displayed his skills and told the coaching staff that, please, there's something you need to think about.
Looking at yesterday's game we had here, seeing Uganda's top order batsmen performing to their limit, should we expect the same in the game that is in there tomorrow? Remember, Uganda is playing Kenya at the finals.
I'll repeat myself. Both those games we played went to the wire, fine margins. The team that holds its own nerve will go through. Small margins make a big difference. It will be a really nice spectacle tomorrow. Like, Uganda need to show why they have been hosting. Kenya will come and disprove them again. So it's a battle of egos, I believe. Come tomorrow, Kenya, Uganda will have a very, very nice game. Hopefully the weather supports us and we have a nice 50 over game.
That marks the end of the over. 149 is the score for loss of 2, which is a good show for the Kenya under-19. Prinaya they are batting with 27 of 82 and Stian Smith with 56 of 43. Shall we expect more performance from this guy, because he failed to score us a century the last time he batted? Let's hope he will stand in and give us the first century of the tournament.
I believe he has the overs to reach the 3-figure mark. If he keeps up his aggression and his support by Priyang, that's a big 6. He really likes that shot over Kaukon.
More and more huge shots, more application he's applying. This man seems to be in the game. It is 62 of 45 is the score Stian Smith is having today. Let's hope he will stay in there, give us a more better show, because he is more aggressive. He is attacking whenever the balls are pitched in. His wickets is ready to go hard on them. Let's hope the Rwanda under-19 can stay in and redeem themselves against the Rwanda scoring high scores that might be hard to chase.
At this rate, we might have over 350.
When you take a quick look on the games we've been having, whenever Stian Smith is out, there is a lose in the scoring. It seems it is hard. If one person is out, we might see that Kenya might fail to perform to that limit, because whenever we see one of these two is out, the performance declines.
I doubt it declines, because regardless them going out, they won all their games. It's how they build their partnership. Smith looks to be the aggressor. His partner is just giving him the simple one, and he does the job. Prinay looks like the sort of batsmen who take their time and build their innings. And that is what 50 of us usually we do. We take the ones, the twos, the odd boundary here and there. That's on long off, a chance, and it's taken. Just when he looked good, he gave it away.
Stian Smith out after playing a loose shot. When we take a look at the replay, we must see that he lost shape when he was playing that shot. Let's take a quick look at the replay.
Arafat, I have a feeling it was the commentator's curse. We were overhyping Smith, and I think he overheard us and said, let me show these boys how it's done.
Stian Smith is out, and Rwanda gets a breakthrough through a partnership that has been there. Lots of applaud from the teammates as Stian Smith walks out. Yuvraj, who played 46 and off 64, and we are seeing Stian Smith also performing. These two look like they are the key batsmen in this team.
They have had the highest partnership in this series of over 100. Both of them they're among the top scorers. They're among the top 5, I believe so.
Yeah.
I think Olipa is edging by a few runs. I think our stats man has not pulled out the graph as yet. But regardless, they still look in a very strong position for 156 for 2 in 36 overs. I think the rest of the batsmen should find a way of pushing it to 200, 220, so that we can give Rwanda a final farewell good game. Yeah, projected score is 215 in 50 overs.
However, we expected much more performance today, because remember, we are having Kenya under 19 competing with the Uganda under 19. 156 is the score for loss of 3, and Aditya is in there today to build that partnership that can help them push the runs to 200. We've seen Rwanda under 19 performing above 100. Let's see if they can contain this and make it an easy chase for them, if at all they are to retain a win today and get the 2 points.
Arafat, I believe now the responsibility falls to Premier to anchor the innings through. Aditya will be facing his first ball. Casually playing it to point. Rwanda seems to be a very disciplined side with fielding and bowling. They're still talking, they're still chanting around. Oh, that's a drop. We need to take those chances. Rwanda needs to pick those chances to find a way back into the game.
When you look at the bowling side of the Rwanda under-19, they seem to have a lot of discipline because they have that consistent line. Whenever you see someone bowling, is consistent bowling in one position. However, the Kenya under-19 batsmen are equal to the challenge. They are still playing those lines and looking for the runs. Let's see if the Rwanda under-19 can keep the rate that the Kenya under-19 is on and make it an easy chase for them, make them score those runs that will be easy for them to chase.
Rwanda has been having a few bowlers who are really consistent, the likes of Patrick. Who was that guy was picking wickets? This one, Elias. And we have Tieno, the off spinner. The over 37 bowled. Kenya is 159 for 3.
Yves Chusa, the man who has bowled 8 overs and went for 42 runs and 1 wicket, is one of the bowlers who are trying to bring back the thing in control. They want to retain the control of the game. Theonesto back on the chase with 6 overs bowled so far, 18 runs, which is a good show for him today.
I believe Rwanda has opportunity to cut down the runs, squeeze the singles out, and be as accurate as they can. Oh dear, that was a 50-50. And we speak about it and he gives out his wicket.
Analyzing, as Narinda, I told you before, whenever we see Stian Smith out, we experience a loose end. We see batsmen giving out their wickets in a simple way. Should we call this that Kenya under-19 is based on the first 4 batsmen who stand in to score? If they don't score for the team, we don't see lots of scores on the scoreboard.
As we talked earlier, Yuvraj and Smith are among their top scorers. They're anchor men. They're the ones who are scoring the bulk of the runs for Kenya. But regardless, I believe the rest of the players do need to bat through as well. It's just the 38th over. After Aditya giving out 2 chances, it's really irresponsible for him to casually quit. But, well, this is a game of cricket. There's always another innings. Now, hopefully, Rwanda can take more opportunities given to them and I think bowl them out less than 200. If they do that, they've done a really marvelous job from where they were, as Smith was really taking them on. And you've Raj with this steady 42. I think Patia should really take anchor of the game, as he has been there for over 20 overs.
As
we have Shekhar in.
looking at how Kenya under-19 is batting now, we are seeing they're back to their toes. They are back on the defensive. We've seen a lot of composure whenever we saw the batsmen batting in the first overs, but it looks like the Rwandese are back on their toes. They are in to contain the pressure on the Kenya under-19 and make it an easy score. Make it an easy score that they can come and chase back we are seeing the Rwandese back into their, according to the way we've seen them opening this innings, they were a quit lose. They had no morale, but we see they are back on their toes. They see they've got this in hand. It seems they had fear of Stian Smith, but when he's out, we are seeing them, they are back onto the game. They are making sure they make those runs easy for them to come back and chase.
Team Rwanda has their tail up. Kenya has lost 2 wickets in the space of 3 overs, which doesn't help their cause, but gives Rwanda much more needed confidence. Arafat, do you think Kenya will reach the 200 mark?
According to the loss of wickets we are having now, the way we are seeing the Kenya under-19 team playing, I don't think they will make that score. If they are not in to build the partnership, if they don't have that person who can stand in and play in a very attacking way like we've seen Stian Smith batting.
That is true. Smith was the aggressor, and his partner Patia was more of the person containing. As we see, Rwanda look to be more on their feet. They have the boost. They feel like there's a bit of life into them. Oh dear. For the past 5 overs, as Smith was really batting them through, the Rwandans were hardly speaking. Now the whole group is chanting, they're backing up the bowler, the keeper is moving here and there.
Looking at the way Pranaya is batting, he has faced more balls. He has faced 87 balls and scored 27 runs. He's still on, but when you look at the way he's applying himself, he is not that aggressive. Shall we expect Kenya under-19 to have a more brute bat that can come in and give us those swings, hit that ball in a hard way and make them get the score in an easy way?
Arafat, I believe in the past few games Kenya has played, the bulk of the runs were hit by their top order. This gives Priya and the lower order opportunity to prove to the coaching staff, the rest of their players, that yes, we can bat as well. They have 11 overs to go. If they want to hit a score of 200, they need like 40 runs. That's around 4-ish or 3 point something, which is gettable. As Rwanda has gone to a very attacking field set.
Looking at the composure, the Rwanda is having, they're attacking now, they have made some field changes because they see the pair that is in there is not able to open up their arms. Let's see if Pranaya can stick in and make sure he builds a good inning and scores. We are seeing some misfields here, but the fielder manages to get that ball before it crosses the boundary. Theonesto there bowling his 8th over with 20 runs and 1 wicket. He is one of the bowlers we've seen bringing back things in control in this game.
Theonesto has been among the top bowlers for Rwanda. A very simple run-up with his off breaks. His economy is really, really good. He's among the few Rwandan bowlers who have an economy below 4 and consistently picking wickets in the process. A flick down the leg for an easy one. So far, the ball has given out 2 runs in this over with a white. If Rwanda needs to strangle Kenya, they need to restrict them.
Looking at the scores now, that marks the end of the over. It's 63 for loss of 40 overs down, more 10 overs. If Kenya is to score the score they want, they need to apply themselves. They need to go more aggressive. They need to look for those gaps. Prinaya there with 28 of 92, the man who has faced more balls of the inning. Let's see if there will be a breakthrough through this partnership. And looking at the overs now, shall we expect Rwanda under 19 to bowl to wickets, or make sure they get the dot balls and finish the inning?
The projected score is 204. I think it has gone down a bit due to fine bowling by Rwanda. But we should not forget Kenya is for a loss of 4 wickets. They still have 6 wickets behind. So anytime they can decide to take the game on with the wickets in hand. But it all comes down to their strategy. All we can do is view and watch what they're doing.
Back-to-back dot balls we are seeing now has the Rwanda under 19 team has come back strong. They are getting the dot balls. They are making sure they make Kenya under 19 from non-scoring the high scores that might be hard for them to chase. Let's hope they maintain what they are doing. They will keep the lines they are bowling. They will have the same application they are showing to make the scores a bit chaseable for them. Yves Chusa there, who's bowling his last over so far. 43 runs from his over and 1 wicket. The chase is on. The fielder manages to get the ball and the Kenya under 19 batsmen managed to get 2 runs off that ball. That marks the end of the over. 165 is the score for loss of 4. Looking at the way the Rwanda team is bowling now, are we still in the hopes of the Kenya under 19 team scoring the 200 runs they seem to want?
The projected score still says Kenya will reach 200, but the way we are seeing, they are being too defensive. All the Rwandans are really bowling good lengths and really bowling tight. I think Priya needs to step up his run rate. I beg your pardon, strike rate. As his fellow partner tries to get into the game.
More defensive. The Kenya under 19 batsmen are becoming more and more defensive, although we think they were to be more attackive, but it seems there is a chance for a run out and it is not taken. The wicketkeeper was not on. Let's see if they can stay in as we hear some sounds from the tent of the Kenya under 19. They are advising their players. There is a swing and we are seeing here a boundary. It shows now they are becoming aggressive. They are attacking the ball. Let's see if they will reach to the record runs they up to.
Arafat, something had to give. he had faced more than 6 balls without a run, so something had to give. The previous ball he jumped out, he missed. The second time he had a good connection. As Rwanda is having a really aggressive field, there are so many gaps. Oh dear.
A wicket there. 169 for loss of 5. Kenya still on the chase. They're still looking for those runs. Theonesto there with attack is able to pick for the Rwanda under-19 a wicket, and he makes a breakthrough. Analyzing the games we've had in this Easter ODI Youth Series. When you look at the way teams are batting, they are more batting in looking for those gaps. Shall we call this development? Because whenever we see them batting, they are always looking for the gaps in the field more than playing the balls in the fielders.
I think the bowlers are really doing a good job. The frustration got the better of Shekhar. A ball previous that he had hit him for a 4. Then I thought it was too close to cut, probably. So Rwanda really tying the knot, really strangling Kenyans right now. Kenya's lost quick 3 wickets in the space of 5 overs.
Ashdeep Kundi on one of the bowlers of the Kenya under-19. We are seeing now pace bowlers on, and the bowlers are good at attacking. Shall we expect he is in to attack or play the defensive way? Let's see what he's gonna do as the score stands at 169 for loss of 5. Energies on the ball as Pranaya goes hard. 30 from 98. He's having 32 from 99 balls. This man has faced a big number of balls. However, he's not having that aggression like we've seen Stian Smith, Yuvraj having, but is in there to build and score for the team. The score stands at 171 for loss of 5.
This is the first time I'm seeing Pranaya taking it on. Second aggressive shot. A wonderful sweep shot for 4. As you see, Pranaya has been, I think, instructed like he should go on the attack. And I think the previous ball where he hit it between long off and long on gave him a boost of confidence. That's why he's now, I think it will ease his nerves. And let's see, we can see more shots out of him. And then you play that nonsense.
There is a misfield, and they managed to get 1 run off that ball. Pranaya facing 101 balls. Here in the commentary box, I'm joined by Sajabi Ivan. But let's see if 176 can be added on with other runs that Kenya under-19 will manage to score. Ashdeep on the score. He has faced none and scored none. Let's see if he will be able to score at Gihozo's ball, who has bowled 8 overs, 45 runs and 1 wicket. He manages to get off the mark, pushing the score to 177. Looking at this, the Kenyan under-19 batsmen seem to be more aggressive now.
they look like they have more intent into getting more runs. As we see, Prina and a bit of misfielding, giving out an easy one. Ashdeep came and punched it through covers for a easy one. Hopefully we can see a bit of well bowled by the bowler.
That marks the end of the over. 178 is the score for loss of 5. Ashdeep Kundi on with 1 of 2 and Pranaya with 38 of 102. Gihozo there, the man who was bowling his 9th over. He has so far went for 47 runs and 1 wicket. Remember, we are in the Easter ODI Youth Series. It is broadcasted by the Deep and Sports Media.
35. Priya has 38 runs of 102 balls with 3 boundaries at a strike rate of 37. I believe it's high time he needs to pick up his own tempo, because there's a very aggressive field set. There are so many gaps around. As we speak about it, the Rwandan bowler really doesn't give him any room of escape or room of hitting any run. Wonderful.
Back-to-back shots are being played here in the Oval. The score stands at 182 for loss of 5. Here in the commentary box, we are joined by Sajabi Ivan. Sajabi Ivan, you're welcome back.
Thank you so much. Very happy to be here with one of the players who've played cricket at levels that personally I didn't reach to. Many love calling him Narinda Singhi, but me, I will love to call him Nicky Love, because that is his nickname and one of them that he loves. Nicky, as you can see, Kenya has managed to keep the resources. They have managed to keep the wickets, so it's not yet a pressure time for them. Even though it's time for them to be firing, as you can see that man Galai are also going hard and sending that ball to the boundary, because those are not many of the many shots that he has been playing. He has been one of the players who go for the ones and the twos, but it is a time for him to try and make sure that he goes big. But for those who love international cricket, there is a test series going on between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, and I tell you something, Sri Lanka is having 509 runs for a loss of 8 wickets. So things don't look good for Bangladesh in the second test.
It's really true that Prinya, with his 4th boundary, has gone to 42.
Yeah, but of course, Pranaya must be getting that confidence, because see, he has so far faced 105 deliveries. He has been in there. So many players have been always batting around him. He has been rotating strike. And that man who has worked on to bat for Kenya under 19, Ashdeep Kundi, he returns back in the lineup. The game between Uganda, the last game that Kenya played before they took a rest yesterday between Uganda and Kenya, he was not in that starting lineup, and today he makes his way back. He's good with the ball, but now in here he is to try and make sure that he puts some runs.
As we keep things moving, Prinya is trying to be more aggressive. I think the Rwandan bowlers have not given him in his strong areas, and they've kept him down.
Yeah, but of course, the way the Rwandan bowlers have been bowling today is much better than how they bowled yesterday. They're not bowling balls all over. The fielding is lacking a bit, but the balls are good. Trying to look for the offside, that fourth stump area, and playing the balls a little straighter. And it's really posing some challenge here to the batters. But of course, you see the way Pranaya is thinking, looking for a boundary in every over, something that is working out for the Kenya side very, very well. But ladies and gentlemen, it is 44. It is 183 for loss of 5 wickets, and 44 overs have been bowled here at the Ginger Senior Secondary School. Looks like Kenya is targeting reaching that 200 runs mark and try and fight from there.
I believe if Priya is still on the wicket, um, Kenya will manage to get that 200. Rwanda seem to be have had a bowling change. They brought in their main bowler.
The captain bringing himself into the attack, Rukundo Confiance. He has so far bowled 5 overs and conceded 26 runs, and he picked a wicket. He picked Yash Gohil's wicket uh, under the first power play. So he's now back to try and make sure that he breaks this growing partnership. Comes in with a slower to the body side, but Ashidip Kundi sends that one to fine leg for 4 runs. It's a beautiful shot. He saw the slower coming and he had to punish him for that. Look at that.
The captain shouldn't be bowling down the leg.
Indeed, he should be avoiding that. Let him try to bowl the good length, a little bit straighter, or even look for the offside.
At this stage, he's meant to be looking at bowling to his field, bowling the Yorkers, the slowers, basically putting them down, like reducing the runs, not to leak runs. You can't be bowling down the leg and you think you're going to go away with it.
Yeah, but I think now he has come with a much better field, having fine leg standing a little bit wider because the other ball passed because fine leg was straighter to the screen. So that has worked out for him. Maybe he wanted to give Ashdeep Kundi the first ball as a slower to see that maybe Kundi could leave that one up in the air. But he was so confident and he had to send that to the boundary. In the batters that are yet to come in for the Kenya under-19, Shlok Sain, Fortune Chalo, Drill Patel, James Githu Amwara. Yesterday I was here with Shlok Sain and we were having a few words here in the commentary box. He was telling me how he is impressed with what Thomas Odoyo is doing in Kenya, and he also said that the leadership of Yash Gohil, the Kenya under-19 captain, has really motivated him because every time he wants to do something, he is having the backup of the captain.
Indeed, those are really impressive and encouraging words from your fellow player, giving a round of a boost to the captain, the coaching staff, the head coach, Thomas Odoyo.
Narendra, also one of the captains. How would you go over it well in there? They go for 2 runs. He has gone to hunt and he managed to hunt very well, but the backup wasn't there in the right position and Kenya managed to go with 2 runs. They had the chance for going for the third, but there have been some efforts there in the field to make sure that they don't run away. But I wanted to know your story as a captain. Maybe the fans who are watching in would love to get what happens when the captain is on the field.
The captain, when on the field, takes the mentor on the team. He has to be ahead of the game, like 5 overs, 3 overs. He needs to know where his strengths are, his bowler's strengths are. He needs to read the game before anyone else. He needs to predict. He needs to be there. He needs to be the man responsible. If anything goes wrong, he takes blame for it.
What happens on your bad days, so the days when you're not performing and everyone is looking at you as a captain? How do you get back the confidence to make sure that you put things work for the team?
The only way you can get your confidence back is when you get the confidence of your players. We have captains and we have senior players. As a captain, if your senior players sense something is off, they feel like something is going wrong, they do come and help you. Regardless anything, you can always have an off day.
Yes, indeed, you can always have a bad day at office. You can chase leather as a captain. But ladies and gentlemen, 5 overs are remaining to complete the first innings. 45 bowlers have been bowled. 192 for a loss of 2 wickets is the current score. In the upcoming stories, I know next month, which is starting tomorrow, the Essential Rounders will be playing in the semi-finals of the Division 2, where they will take on Avengers, who are topping Group A. What should we expect in that game? You as a captain planning to go in for that encounter?
I believe we will have a really good game.
But I believe Rounders has lost games they are supposed to win.
Oh, I
Look at
know.
the game you lost to Junior Senior Secondary School. It was a game you could have won, but it was some low scoring game. But maybe your players become complacent because you have some experienced players in the names of Rishad. You have Yasin. All those players are so experienced that you could be winning. You could not be losing to teams like Ginger SS because Ginger SS has just been reorganizing, but they managed to upset you in the first game. Then you just came back in the afternoon. So won't it affect you when you're going for the semi-final?
Um, I highly doubt it will affect us. The whole phase of losing such games, it's more of like a positive to us. We are knowing our weaknesses and our strengths. Um, when you lose these games, it really shows you where you need to start, who to take on, who to select. You're learning your players better because this year around us has really had a reshuffle. We
Just
have
returning back in the league last year and this year you have reshuffles already. That is something good.
no, we had so many. We did a bit of scouting and brought in some good players. So that reshuffle alone, oh,
The man you've been talking about to score more runs for Kenya under 18 Pranaya will walk out disappointed as that beautiful catch is completed at Kawakona area to make sure that they see him off. And Shilok Sayin will have to walk into bat for the Kenya under 19. Well, Central Rounders just returning to the league after some time, after having some rough time out there, and you people reorganizing to make sure that you put back things and make things work. But one of the things I love is to have, because Central Rounders is one of the clubs based here in Ginger, and it's good to see them back. Now we have Jack, Ginger SS Rounders. If we could have Mwiri Cricket Club also come back in the league, it would be something very, very good. But I'm very happy to see players like Zulu Walaza going back to Rounders. He had a season. That is the head coach for the Uganda under 19. Coach Emmanuel Isane is in the shades. Then next to him is Proskovia Alak, one of the national team players. But meanwhile, Galay receives a round of applause from his teammates for the good batting, faced a number of balls, and managed to rotate the strike and send Kenya under 19 close to the 200 runs mark.
the Kenyan players have given Prina a vote of confidence. That's the team spirit we need in clubs, in teams. It shows, regardless what happened, they appreciate the amount of effort he put in and how long he stayed there for.
Yeah, that boy Pranaya is just 14 years old. He still has tournaments to play for the Kenya under 19, and seeing him at this big stage and managing to play some cricket is something very good. But I think it is one of the things we are lacking in Uganda, because when you look at that Kenyan side, the captain for Kenya 19, Yash Gohil, his dad is in Ginger. His dad is called Bavesh Gohil, the general manager for the Jimukana Nairobi Cricket Club, and he had to come around and give support to his son. One of the things I think we have lacked in cricket, because me, even when talking to my dad, I don't think my dad even knows how cricket is played, but he has known that from when I was at Busoga High in 2014, I have been playing cricket, but he has never had real time to come around and maybe cheer me up or maybe see what I am doing. But it's good to see that our parents can support their kids. Because I tell you something, Narinda, last year when we went for the World Cup qualifiers in Dar es Salaam, those boys from Namibia, their parents had come around to give them support and backup. Unfortunately for us, we had none going to support. And it's something that motivates the youngsters and puts them in a better position. Shrok Sain goes off the mark with a lot of energy as he jumps out and makes sure that he sends that ball to long on to rotate around the strike.
That is very true. I think supporting your team, your son, your daughter, it comes within, and the current situation you are in as a family. As much as you cannot be there, but you can give your kids a boost of confidence, a boost of encouragement, and you see, we can go very far. as you're saying, the general manager has stand up. He has the facilitation to do that. Not all families have that kind of facilitation.
Yeah, maybe true, but I believe every time you can, you have to try and make sure that you support maybe your children. But ladies and gentlemen, we are remaining with only 4 overs to complete the first innings. 196 for a loss of 6 wickets is the current score. Gihozo Elizei completes his 10th over and he has conceded 51 runs, picked only 2 wickets. He has been moving at 10 per over. Shilok Sain and Ashdeep Kundi are the batters there for the Kenya under-19. The captain for Rwanda under-19 is back into the attack from the Kampala Road end. Confianza Rukundo, who has so far bowled 6 and conceded 35, he picked a solitary wicket so far in this innings. Big swing there, but chance for a catch. Chris Yusuf Namuhoranye manages to complete that beautiful catch to see Ashdeep Kundi off. What a good effort there. I see the physio for the Rwanda under-19 team, Theo, giving him a round of applause because that catch was taken at deep mid-wicket, and deep mid-wicket is near the tent for the Rwanda under-19. But it's raining wickets, I tell you.
Kenya is losing wickets back to back. Rwanda has always been, as I've noticed, I've been watching them closely. They've been a really good bowling and fielding side, and that was a really nice catch off the ground, millimeters off the ground, and picks it up. It makes it look so easy.
Indeed, but the new man in there for the Kenya under-19, James Githua Mwara, is in. He has so far played 2 games and he has not had a chance to bat. He has no runs and he has no wickets in his name, but I could see him, and after him Fortune Chalo will come in. Then the debutant of today's game, Drill Patel, will have to come and do something for the Kenya under-19. But I'd like to tell you that Kenya may not go so far away from the 200 runs mark because the batters who are coming in are bowlers, and you cannot send the bowlers to do a lot with the bat because you had batters. The only person they could only be playing around with is Shilok Sain. That man you're seeing on your screen, Nandek Shore Patel, he is the captain for the Catch Tigers Cricket Club, one of the Ugandan legends who have played the game of cricket. Good to see him around. Actually, all the games Uganda has played, he has been coming around to watch the boys.
Captain of Rwanda is one of the boys who have impressed me with his bowling.
Captain for Rwanda under-19, Confianza Rukundo, striking again, getting a second wicket for himself. Yesterday he picked 2 against Uganda, and now he is adding on his tally. He's picked a total of 4 wickets in this entire tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to remind you that tomorrow we shall have the grand finale of this tournament where the Kenya under-19 will take on Uganda under-19. Oh, I love the confidence James Githua is using to bat. It is some beautiful shot there from the youngster. Believe tomorrow will be full house. Believe tomorrow many of the people who are running cricket in Uganda will be here in Jinja. Earlier on in the morning, the Honorary Secretary for the Uganda Cricket Association Board, Mr. Kavuma Jackson, was here with us in Jinja, and he was here to commend the work which has been done, because a lot of efforts have been done to make sure that this tournament lives up to the billing. The tournament director, Marvin Kitamirika, doing a lot of work here at the ground, saying that the ground is ready on time, the meals are arriving on time, and I tell you something, for us who left Kampala to come here to Jinja to enjoy this tournament, we have actually lived a good life. The captain trying out a defensive field as he gets one of the fielders into another position, but he goes for the offside. Good shot played there where Shlokes are in, but the fielder at point managed to stop that one and did not give them chance of running. Another thing I forgot to ask you, Narinda, do you have days where you come together as players of such rounders and say use the batting net facility here in Ginger, or say use the facility and you train together as a team, or it's happen is that you people only meet when it's a match day?
We usually have because half of our squad are students of GNSS, so it's not a challenge having them here training. As ginger people, the ginger side, we do our part every evening, whenever we can, as a group. Then the Kampala boys usually end up going to kinetic indoor facility.
That is very amazing, because one of the things that have changed over time, I remember when I just joined Chambogo University in 2016, it would be a full house at Lugogo Cricket over every day. Many people would come around and train. Oh, it tries out a slower. But I tell you something, these Kenyan batters have some good precision in playing those slowers. Shilok Sain sends that one long off and he manages to pick 2 runs. But as I was saying, one of the things that have changed a bit is that people are not training together. Not so many clubs are doing that, with the exception of clubs like Tornado Bees, because for them they have a training session where most of their players come and train together. And Wanderers also does that, but some other clubs, players just show up on match day and play. And I think it is good for you to train together because it helps in the coordination. It helps you to know where you can do better. You know the weaknesses of your teammates, and when you go in for the games, you can easily apply that. 199 runs is the current score for the Kenya under 19. 7 wickets have been lost, and 47 overs have been bowled. I tell you something, Gehozo Elezei, having completed his 10 over spell from the school end, Patrick Iradukunda is back into the attack there for the Rwanda under 19. Chance for a catch, and that is beautifully taken there at covers by Yves Kusa. Doesn't put any efforts because that came straight to him, and he manages to complete that catch. James Githua will depart after facing 3 deliveries and scoring a solitary run. I tell you something, the new batter coming in there for the Kenya under 19 made his debut when Kenya was playing Uganda. He managed to score the last 6 runs that were needed by Kenya to win the game. Fortuny Chalo is the man. Beautiful weather of cricket. Even though there was a heavy rainpour, I tell you something, the sun is already out here at Ginger Senior Secondary School. The sky is bright, the birds are flying, and it's really a day of sitting and watching this beautiful game of cricket. The Deep End Sports Media team is doing a lot of work to make sure that this image comes at the comfort of your sitting room, your car, your workplace, wherever you are, to make sure that you also catch up the action and keep up with the speed on whatever is happening here in Ginger. Big shout outs to our friends who are watching this beautiful game. Our friends in Kenya, our friends in Rwanda, thanks for keeping it Deep End Sports Media. Thanks for watching this beautiful game of cricket. Patrick has been looking for his first wicket. He had bowled 9 overs and he had not yet picked a wicket. But in his 10th over, he managed to dismiss James Githua. Now he is looking for yet another wicket. Looking for the offside, but that ball goes away from the white line, and the signal from the umpire, Mr. Baker Elonge, is wide. But 200 runs are up for the Kenya under 19, and they will celebrate that great milestone. Well, Nicola today was talking to Mr. Baker Elonge in the morning, and he was telling me that back then, like in the years dating back to 2003, there was nothing like any ICC panel of umpires, and what the teams could do was they could leave their countries with umpires. So when Uganda went for the World Cup qualifiers in Namibia, I think that's the first time Uganda qualified for the World Cup. Mr. Baker Ilonge, that umpire was standing at main, was the umpire who traveled with that team. So he was telling me how great the experience was today when I had a chat with him. That is a beautiful show there from Shlok Said to add the most 6 runs on the total for the Kenya under 19. Looked like he had played it with laser hands because that ball was close to the body, but he managed to clear the boundary.
Mr. Baker Elonge, amongst the most experienced umpires in Uganda cricket. He has served Uganda pretty well, and is still serving.
One of the men we shall miss, one of the men who will be celebrated as legends, and I will have no problem with that. He's worked well in the development area of Uganda, and it's good to see him still up and running and standing.
Indeed. The wealth of experience he has put upon the youngsters, because he's also among the development officers of Ginger. He really puts in a good hand. He does his part as he bestows them with the wisdom of cricket. The tailenders of Kenya are really going for it. And a loose ball has been dispatched accordingly.
Yeah, but of course now you don't need to put yourself on a lot of pressure. You need to be waiting for those loose balls. This time Patrick Radukunda comes back with a yorker to complete the over. 48 overs have been bowled. 2 overs are remaining to complete the innings. Shlok Sayin is the man in there to bat for the Kenya under 19 and is batting alongside Fortune Chalo.
The Rwandan boys are really impressive. They have played back-to-back games, but their energy levels are still up there. As we view them, the wicketkeeper and his fellow fielder were busy dancing to a piano.
Indeed, when those amapiano beats are played, I would be one of the people who would be also loving to dance. And it's good. That is the dugout for the Rwanda under 19. 2 coaches in there, Adele, Tuizire, and Mugisha. Sorry, he's not Mugisha, but the physio Theo is in there, and the other coach is Azele Mugisha. The captain for the Rwanda under 19 will put himself out of the attack, and Moise Kigabo will come back. Moise Kigabo came and delivered and over. He went for 13 runs, and the captain had to first leave him out. But now here he is to come and bowl the 49th over of the game. Well, Nicola, most of the people say that the bowler who bowls the 49th over and the 19th over in a T20 game, or the 9th over in a T10 game, would be one of the good bowlers you have on the team. Remember that bronze match that was played between Uganda and Kenya during the African Games. The bowler who bowled the 19th over went for 34 runs.
It was just a good batting performance by Ugandans that day. Another Skyer and the wicket of the batsman thinks he's still on.
I think we'll just have a talk with his teammate, try and tell him that we are backing you, we are behind you, and The debutant Drill Patel will be the man to walk into bat at number 11 for the Kenya under 19. I tell you something, Drill Patel wears 100. I don't know whether it's the number of runs he would wish to score for the team, but it's very, very good to see him. Not so many players wear those triple figures. Most of the players love to wear double figures, but for him, he dons 100 on the back of his shirt.
The triple figures was inspired by a great West Indian batsman, and I think he's still playing cricket, Chris Gray. Ever since it is 300, he had it imprinted on his back.
One of the most explosive batters, one of the batters who have ever hit a 6 on the first ball of a test match, Chris Gale. He's one of the batters who would love, who would make cricket look easy, who would make hitting the ball look easy. But Patel is in there for the Kenya under 19. Look like the plan is working out for the Kenya under 19 as Chigabo comes back into the attack and manages to pick a wicket for the Kenya under 19. He's getting backup from his teammates.
The captain, after him going for a very expensive first over, has given him the ball as a vote of confidence that you can still come and do the job, and he has really, really done it. His second ball, he picked out Akash, I believe.
Balls it a little bit short, but the beautiful shot there from Drill Patel does not add anything to the total of the Kenya under 19. Looks like game on for the Rwanda under 19. And actually we shall be looking forward to the Rwanda under 19 coming to try and play out all the overs, come and also put up a good show when they come in for their innings after the interval.
So far, Chigabo has given 1 run in this over. He has really pulled it back for his own economy and for the team. I think this is really what the captain asked for him.
Chance for a catch there, but not taken. Kigabo comes in with a yorker because he knows bowling to the tail end batters, you need to be doing a lot of things. You need to be trying out the yorkers and the full pitch deliveries to see if you could earn a wicket in your name. But 49 overs have been bowled. We are into the last over. 208 for a loss of 9 is the current score. The captain himself changes the bowling side. He has been delivering balls from the Kampala Road side. Now he comes to the school end to deliver the 50th over of the game. Rukundo Confiance is the man there for the Rwanda under 19 to complete the innings.
I think Team Kenya will be happy with their score. There's a point that reached that we felt like they will not hit the 200 mark as wickets were falling constantly. But as we are on 208 for 9 in the 49th over, the 50th over being bowled. How do you think Rwanda will come out batting?
Yeah, but of course, as I had said, Rwanda coming in this tournament, I don't think they should be coming to be so aggressive and try and chase down the score. All they need is try and play out all the overs. When Rwanda comes in, because remember Rwanda has a Division 2 qualifier in May, so coming to this tournament they came to see if they could play a little better. So if they could improve and come today and bat all their 50 overs, because Rwanda has not bat all the 50 overs so far in this tournament. Even during the game of against Uganda yesterday, when I talked to their head coach Adele, he told me that he wished maybe the boys could try and stay in there. So I think they should just try and make sure that when they come in, they try to put up a show, try to look for the ones and the twos, to reduce the deficit and see what happens. But that man strikes and gets the last wicket needed there by the Kenya under 19, and that concludes the first innings.
A wonderful yoker by the captain. Right in the block hole.
And he gets the leg stamp. But ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you that we shall go in for the first innings interviews with a couple of players. Then we shall resume with the second innings. Thank you. Match day 6 of the Easter Youth ODI series. Kenya under 19 batting first. They have managed to score a total of 208 runs in 49.1 overs. And here with me, I am with the captain for the Kenya under 19, Yash Gohil, to tell me what inspired the performance.
I think from our batting point of view, it was good score, good top order performance. Maybe middle order should have carried on a bit more. One or two batsmen should have gone a bit faster. But apart from that, based on the wicket, I think it's a good enough total on the board.
So as you go in to defend the score, what should we expect from you and the boys? Because Uganda scored 203 and thought it was a defendable score against Kenya under 19 the other day. But then Kenya came out and put up a show and chased down the score. Remember, Rwanda is looking for the first victory in this tournament. So what should we expect from you and the boys?
Basically for us, we're just going to stick to basics, have energy in the field, pick up 1-2 quick wickets, and from there just back up our bowlers.
Thank you so much, Captain. That is the captain for the Kenya under 19, Yash Gohil. And I'm joined by one of the players from the Rwanda under 19 team, Chris Yusuf, here to have a few words. Chris Yusuf, what do you make about the performance of the boys? Yesterday you conceded over 300 runs, but now today you managed to limit Kenya to only 208. What should we expect?
murakoze amanota urebye ntabwo ari menshi cyane amanota nayo gucesingwa icyo dusabwa nuko aba batters bacu bagomba kwiha amahirwe tugakina abo zose zikarangira.
So as you're going into bat, what should we expect from the batters? Yves Kusa and you yourself, you've been so good with the bat. What should you expect as you walk on to bat?
Murakoze icyo mwatwitegaho nuko tugomba gukina abo zose zikarangira kandi tugatsindira ikipe.
Thank you so much, Captain. I don't know a lot of Kinyarwanda, but I know the people in Rwanda are enjoying that. But Chris Yusuf Namhoranye says that they will try to stick on the plan and try and chase down the score and apply themselves. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be back for the second innings. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me welcome you back for the second innings. 209 runs is what Rwanda under 19 needs if they are to get the first win in this Easter Youth ODI series. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is between Kenya under 19 and Rwanda under 19. And Rwanda under 19 won the toss, and for the first time in this tournament, they elected to bowl first. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sajab Evan Cyprian in the commentary box, and I'm not alone.
Indeed. Robinson Turinawe on the mic.
Coach Robinson Turinawe, allow me to welcome you to this commentary box. One of the people who are doing a lot of work there with the under 19 team, and that team is actually in the qualifiers, in the series finals that will be played tomorrow. But I'm very happy to be with you here. You've been seeing the innings. What do you make of the performance here today?
I've not seen much. This is the first ball I'm watching. Welcome our viewers. Just a flimsy late cut from the opening batsman, just to give them one run off the hook. From a delivery from Ashdeep, short outside off. Looks like Kenya are looking to restrict these people below 100 so they can get a better run rate.
Yeah, that bowler opening the bowling for the Kenya under 18, Ashdeep Kundi, he was not part of the squad that played against Uganda. He made his return today. Theoneste is the opening batter there for the Rwanda under 19 and is opening alongside the man who is fasting, Chris Yusuf Namhoranye.
Oh, why is he called Chris Yusuf?
I have no idea, but I'm sure in Uganda you have a Moses Ali and a Salim Saleh.
Moses is a name across all Christian religious formats.
The Muslims
Moses,
call him Musa.
Yes, but they also call them Moses. Our former prime minister, one of the deputy prime ministers, Moses Ali.
Yeah, he's actually still a deputy prime minister,
Yes.
Moses Ali. You even have Salim Saleh. So having these names cutting across, I don't think it is something that... but that man is Chris Yusuf Namhoranye. They are opening the batting alongside Theoneste.
I'm wondering how he's fasting while he's batting. But let's see anyway.
Yeah,
See
but
what he does.
of course these players get to know what to do.
That was close. That was close. That was pretty close. Looks like Chris Yusuf, like you said, is trying to get himself into the game. The most important thing as an opening batsman is to make sure that you get the eye and get behind the ball and make sure that your eye is connected so that you can stream through the innings and through the power play.
Yeah, but of course I don't think there is too much pressure coming in from the Rwanda side. They all need to just stay in there and try to look for those runs. They don't have to be on a lot of pressure. They just need to keep looking for the ones and the twos.
And I believe that if they play for the next 40 overs, this partnership as they are drafting in some runs, I think they would be able to make it.
Indeed, Rwanda has to build the partnerships here to try and make sure that they send the game deep. Yesterday against Uganda, they did manage to get a long-lasting partnership, and it's one of the things that made the coach very, very disappointed in the boys.
Yeah, indeed, they were trying to hurry, and they were trying to also react to the score that was posted in the first innings of 326. So I think because they saw the scoreboard pressure and they said, we also can do it. As young men normally do, they don't normally think too much and too deep. So that's why they played like that. As you can see, as I've spoken, a good shot from Chris Yusuf. And just got in the first four of the innings. And they are 6 for 0 in the first over.
Yeah, but of course, that ball there from Ashdeep Kundi outside of stump, big swing through covers to give Rwanda 19 the first boundary. 4 runs onto the total, 6 for no loss is the score after the first over.
Hey, by the way, how is Mumbai Indians?
Mumbai Indians is out of action today, but we shall be coming back to play. I will just have to confirm from the fixtures. But then yesterday there was a big game where Lucknow managed to beat the Punjabi Kings.
That was a close game. That was a close game. I watched it.
And there are big games. There is one which is on now, where the Sun Hybriders are taking on the Gujarat Titans. It's in the 13th over, and the score is 108 for loss of 4 wickets.
Oh, that's nice.
Then the Delhi Capitals will take on Chennai Kings at 5 p.m.
I told you, my friend, come and support SRH.
I cannot support SRH, but of course, in IPL, guys keep scoring 10 per over. So 108 after 13 looks like a score that Gujarat Titans can come and chase down.
Look at this. This is one of the best SRH sides that we have today.
But SRH has always had good players, but
but this time round
they have not always delivered for the team.
No, this time round the team form has been great, all through, from the top to the bottom. The bowlers are performing, the batsmen are performing as well. You could see how Klassen was scoring a good 80 in the previous game, and Travis Head scoring 62.
That combination of South Africans and Australians proved to be very challenging.
And the one young man called Abhishek Sharma was man of the match. I happened to see in the SRH forum, he was given a very nice present worth about 50 million.
But I tell you something, with the T20 World Cup coming up soon, many teams are putting up a very good performances, as you can see. But you cannot underestimate the Gujarat Titans, a team there led by Shubham Gill as the captain. Has some good batters, David Miller, Rahul, Mohit Sharma, and Mohit Sharma is a bowler, but all these could try and put up.
Yeah, it could be a tight game, you're right. Okay.
What do you make of the Chennai Kings game, which will be coming up, where Chennai Super Kings will take on the Delhi Capitals?
Oh, that will be very close game. Because DC in the previous game looked like they are challenging. To me, they are challenging for the title. They have a very good side this time round, well balanced side, and I think compared to last time, they could be a better side.
Teams that always have a good start don't complete with a good ending. Looking at the ODI World Cup that was played last year, where Australia, who had lost the 2 opening games, managed to come up and played very well during the finals and beat India.
Are you a match fixer?
I'm not a match fixer, but I tell you something. Mumbai Indians don't look like contenders this year, but trust me, next year trust me, when the games keep moving, Mumbai Indians will pull up their stockings and make sure that they put a star performance. That is the dugout with the under-19 boys. Christopher Chidega there sipping some water, Gujuvan in there, and our physio Habib doing a lot of work there, try and make sure that the players are not getting so many injuries.
Indeed,
the head coach for the under-19, Emmanuel Sade, is also in that tent. But the new bowler who is bowling for the Kenya under-19 is Fortune Chalo from the school end.
Well, he's bowled so far 2 wides, actually 3. He's bowled 3 wides. Today looks like he's not himself. You can see the 4th wide.
Yeah, but in the opening game, that boy did not get a chance to bat because he had to bowl, because and his debut against Uganda, and I'm pretty sure he did not bowl. This is the first time he's being given a chance to bowl, and him coming into ball, I think he's lacking control of that new ball, because that ball is always a bit slippery, as you know. So if you're not training with the new ball, it becomes a bit challenging for you to bowl up front.
Not only slippery, but his arm action is like on delivering the ball, he's trying to push his palm down the leg instead of letting the palm face the batsman as he's releasing the ball. That is how the ball is going to be controlled. Well, let's see what happens. This is ball number 2.
That is a much
Now
better
he
delivery.
looks more composed, you can see. There's some confidence coming to him.
Gets that one to the offside.
And normally bowlers panic when their run-ups are not systematic. There has to be rhythm with the run-up. If the rhythm is not attained, then most probably even the bowling itself is not to the spot. You might be lucky if the batsman is a bit sloppy also in his kind of game. But if you meet the batsmen of good class, definitely you will go out.
I tell you something, in the international cricket,
Well, they have a play. Let's see what happens.
that ball is on the leg side, and the umpire, Mr. Baker Ilonge, makes a very good call there, as you
Well,
can see there from the replay.
well, looks like it was going down the leg from the batsman's body action. He was looking to flick it, so I think, and it was even well slightly over the bails. So I don't think I would give it.
Yeah, but I tell you something, Sri Lanka has scored 531 runs in their test that they are playing against Bangladesh.
That's a big score.
And as it stands now, it's the third session of the second day, and the Bangladesh already trails
And that
by
looks like it's out. Let's
486
see.
runs.
Not interested umpire. It looks like the ball is going down the leg. Missing, looks like. Let's see the slow motion. Let's go back through the slow motion. You can see his bowling run up is so smooth. He's trying to get the rhythm, then he fumbles, then he bowls through. You can see he's throwing his head. Look, as he's releasing the ball, he's trying to throw the head down and try just to get the line. And if I were to analyze him from the Kenyan side, I think I would ask him to bowl up straight and palm straight and allow the ball to swing on its own.
Something that the coaches and the technical team should be looking to work around with.
Like that. Let him keep up, let him keep his head up. He's trying to throw his head down. Very common with many young bowlers. If he can just put it in the way that he's well balanced, and this is what we teach the youngsters. We teach them to bowl with head above all and then the shoulder straight up.
Yeah, of course, there you will be with a lot of control on that ball.
Indeed. Indeed. Well,
Not a very good over there from Fortune, as he's delivered a number of wides.
well, today looks as another nice day. Happy start to everybody that is watching. Short ball outside of stump, and looks like today
That ball has been bowled so well. I think Fortune bowls well to the left-handers, and that marks the end of the over.
11 runs off 2 overdrops. And I was noticing one thing, that as people gear up to the World Cup, so many associate teams are visiting, they are touring, they are trying to get things right, they're trying to get things done. But again, when we look to the future, you might have to also give exposure to the unders, especially 17s and the 19s. If we do that, then I think such a tournament is a good exposure for Kenya and Rwanda that are playing here, because now they are studying the environment that is not theirs, and they're learning to adapt to environments, which makes them a more difficult side to beat.
Yeah, but of course this tournament gives the youngsters a very good chance to try and display what they have. And actually yesterday I was talking to Mr. Bhavesh Gohil, the general manager at Nairobi Gymkhana, and he was telling me that Kenya is also looking forward to hosting a tournament like this next year. So maybe if we could have Tanzania as well join Uganda, Rwanda and Kenya, it could be very exciting. So later on this year we shall be in Nairobi to see how the youngsters fare up. But these tournaments are very, very good, because when you go to the side of South Africa, Namibia always plays with Zimbabwe under 19 and South Africa's sides. And by the time they come into the qualifiers, they're always ahead of us. So if we could also work out something as East African countries, it will help us when we go in for the next World Cup qualifier that will be there next year in Zimbabwe.
You see, what a hit, but looks like he just tried to swerve it around his body instead of flicking it. Well, it's gone for a single, and I think it's the umpire has given a leg by. Like you were talking of Kenya, I was in Kenya in 2018 with Ruaraka, so I noticed that the Kenyan system has the elite system. it has the reserve system, and then also has the youth system. So they all play in all formats, T20, and then
ODI.
ODI. I noticed one thing that each team that is there must have, each club must have three sides, those three sides, and they all play independent. And every player that's a good shot ball hit by Mr. Theoneste, all the way for four. And as I was telling you, these young men in Kenya are are majority Asian. Reason being that they have membership in their clubs. So the local Africans that are intended to play are like somehow constrained in form of resources, as in to come and train, where to train from. So they end up finding themselves joining those African clubs like Obuya Cricket Academy. Yeah, thanks to those guys. I've known them personally for a long time. So
The retired legend Kolo.
Yes, and the development manager that is seated on the Kenyan dugout, Mr. Thomas Odoyo, is also their development manager. Credit goes to him because I discussed with him a few days and he was telling me he's trying to avoid Kenya being an entirely fully Asian side. He's trying to now bring it more to become a local African side, which means development in the locals is now taking its turn. And there goes another shot. Ashdeep has ball full and he goes for another beating down the leg.
Yeah, but of course you see what happens. I would also love to agree with Thomas Odoyo trying to make sure that they get most of the local boys onto the team, because so bad to say, but most of these Asian based players, when they go for further education, they don't always return. Sometimes they leave cricket. Yesterday, as I was talking to some of the players,
Yeah,
as I was talking to some of the players, some players really feel bad. If you look at players like Diren Gondaria, who was very good, he rose through the ranks, was playing for the U-19, and he used to score so many runs with a lot of ease. But right now, he's not part of the Kenyan side. So I think if those players could try and make sure that they stick around, maybe they stand a chance of helping Kenya to have a good national team in the future. Looking at the way Kenya is, they have been having some issues that they are working out, and in the next few years to come, our rivalry, the Mjingo Derby between Uganda and Kenya, will actually be one of the most exciting encounters, because all the teams will be up to the billing.
Yeah, Kenya's issues are about to come to an end. That's the good news, because they've been agreeing of recent. They've been sitting on a silver platter and they've been able to discuss so many contentious issues. And I do believe going forward in the next 2-3 years, Kenya will be streamlined back to its previous ways. What I can tell you is that you've said about these players going to Canada. Yeah, it's true, but now Kenya still has a space for them. When they come back to play eventually. They don't lose theirs to play and stay that side in Canada, because they know eventually they will have to play. I'll give you an example, like Diren Gondaria. He went to Canada, then came back to play for Kenya. Rakep Patel.
But currently, Diren is not with the team. He's missed out a couple of tournaments.
Yes, he chose to step aside because there were issues with the contract placements. Same with Alex Obanda. Same with Elijah Otieno. You'll be noticing they're missing because they were having issues with contracts, and the contracts were not in their favor. So most of them opted to step aside. So that's why you see Kenya is what it is today.
Yeah, but of course those players, Elijah Otieno Asoyo, one of the good bowlers in that team, Alex Obanda, one of the explosive batters I've seen on the Kenyan side in my time, because actually I crossed this generation and watched Kolo a bit, but Alex Obanda was one of those batters who could hit at everything. Yeah, but looking at this team with players like Smith, Stian, if Kenya could keep him around, you've Raj, but yeah, these are the players who would be carrying on the under-19 side, and it would be very good if we see them in the future, because when you look at the likes of Ifan Karim, he has managed to be on that team for so long. Rakep Patel, one of the most composed batters I've seen in my times. These players have been putting up the show for the Kenya side.
Yeah, Stian Smith is a part of a generation of the Congolese club The Congolese club has mostly the white settlers that are played through Kenya. You've had the Waters brothers. You've had there are many, quite a number. Uh, they stream in, especially the local white Kenyans that are played. So Stian Smith is part of that process. He's part of that process, and majority of these young men are coming from the Simba Union and Nairobi Gymkhana. There's another good development program that's going on in that club, and I have a few whom I saw in Ruaraka when I was still young, just one or two from these. Um, the rest are from Obuya, as you can tell, like Fortune Chalo
Anthony.
and Anthony.
Then
Those
there
are
is
from-
James Mthua.
Yes, those ones. Those are products from Obuya's academy. So giving them time, to me, is a good venture for Kenyans. I do believe they have many more, but I am urging Kenyans to consider the contracts of players. If you're going to give players good contracts, these people will die for the country.
Yeah, but of course, our cricket here in East Africa hasn't yet reached that professional level. See, here in Uganda, we lost a player in the names of Shazad Kamalu Khan, one of the left-handed batters who could make batting look so interesting and nice. Yeah, but because
What happened to him?
I think Shazad got a job outside Uganda, and because our cricket is not so professional, the job was paying him so well, so he chose to leave the country to go and do his work.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
then if we had kept such a player like Shazad, one of the most talented players, we would love batting mostly in the long format games because he could keep rotating the strike. It could have put Uganda maybe somewhere.
Well, credit goes to UCF organizing such, but also before then, Mr. Lawrence Malatne, the former national team coach, for bringing out this, voicing out these views of players' contracts. And there goes a wicket, first wicket from Fortune Kialo. I think this over, he's made a good comeback. Tioneste has to go home. He's had a good innings and he's put it to an end with careless play. The ball that was on right on the stumps, he actually played it in.
Actually, he connected
He
himself.
connected it.
Maybe if he
to
had
the
played
stumps.
with a full face of the bat, he could have driven that one through covers,
Yeah.
and that would have been a much better shot.
So now the next batsman has to come and pair up and adapt very quickly because the wicket looks very flat and this score can be chased. I'm looking at the statistics there on the screen. They need 187. In 46 overs, there's about 200 and how many balls? 200 and 200, no, 100 and 200 and about 76 balls. So the run rate is good, the run rate that is required. They have a good run rate. They're doing well. They're doing well. So at 5 per over, I'm thinking that they are racing forward because once you keep it at 5, by the time the Kenyans notice that the game is getting out of their hands, the Rwandese will have made a maiden victory.
That new man who is walking in for the Rwanda under 19, he has scored double figures in all the games he has played. Yves Kusa is the new man.
I spoke to Yves yesterday, and he was saying that he's admired Ugandan cricket, and he would love to see the level of standards in Rwanda similar. And I told him, process comes by following. So there are moments when you have to accept to be beaten, and then you go and work harder, then you come back strong and become a threat. So that's what I told him. They are doing well compared to what I saw in 2021 in Rwanda.
Yeah, but of course, many development programs have been done there in Rwanda, and when you see the way they have their programs that are actually bringing out players, including
What do you call them? The words you used the last time we talked.
Biruka,
Biruka,
Seruka,
Seruka.
Seruka. Yeah, those are.
I'm sorry, Rwandese, I'm not offending you, but
No,
this is the man who told me these things.
I also struggle with the way I pronounce
Again,
those words.
he's dropped
But,
it for a single off.
I also struggle with the way I pronounce those words, but I am also trying to make sure that I learn. But there is a change there in the strategies that the Kenya under 19 is using. If you can notice, all the other games that that Kenya has played, Yash Gohil, the captain, has always been the wicket keeper. But today he has given Yuvraj Bhatia a chance to also keep. And also the other change you would notice, when Kenya was batting today, Yuvraj Bhatia opened the batting alongside Yash Gohil, and Pranaya Golaiya came in at one down. Yet in the previous games, Pranaya Golaiya has been opening the batting with the captain Yash Gohil. So it means that Kenya has also made some changes. I think they are trying out something in this game. Ashdeep Kundi opened bowling in one of the games. I think that was the game against Rwanda. But in the other games, they have been opening bowling with a combination of Neil Doshi and Anthony Ndungu.
Looks like credit goes to Mr. Joseph at Irungu, the coach of under 19, the head coach of under 19 Kenya, and his coaching staff for taking this debutant to open. I was surprised that he's used a debutant to open the batting. Normally debutants who are given to open the batting must have gone through excessive screening from the coaching staff, and to give faith to that, I give credit to the coaching staff. I think they must have observed something.
Yeah, and in this game between the Kenya under 19 and Rwanda under 19, there is a debutant as well, Drill Patel, who's coming to make sure that he plays his first game. That man who wears 100 currently is fielding at Fine Leg, and he is also gotten his opportunity here to come and do something for his nation.
Indeed. Kinds of reminds me Kidega when he went for the under 19 World Cup to play against India. It was his first game. We took a very hard decision with Mr. Tawitemira Ivan, who was head coach then in the World Cup. So we took a definite and hard decision, and he performed for us. Well, good ball, good length, in the line of the stumps, asking questions to Chris Yusuf, and Chris Yusuf plays a very nice drop off the back foot. So Kenya looking to impart a lot of pressure so that Rwandese lose the focus, but the Rwandese look a bit more focused by the batting reply. That's a short ball asking questions outside the off stump. Leg umpire giving 1 per over.
Chris Yusuf, one of the players who play for Tamil Lions back in Rwanda. Well, his batting partner Yves Kusa plays for the Indora Cricket Club. The Rwanda Cricket Association Men's League is on, and you will just love to look for the results of the morning games, because there were games in the morning.
What was he trying? He looks like he was trying to go hard on the bowler after the previous bouncer, so it looks like he wanted to reply him. That was careless from Chris Yusuf. He should have at least done much better than that. 24-5 at a run rate of 4.8, needing a run rate of 4.11. Rwanda still on track. Let's see what happens next. Kialo still continuing on the other side of the wicket, and I can see a change of bowling. Not change of bowling really, but I can see the captain
having a few words
with the bowler and looking at the field setting, just to study. He's made some changes to put someone down the leg by the short mid wicket, so as to prevent singles from being extracted.
Yeah, but when you look at this Rwanda under 19 team, this squad that is here in Uganda, it has some players who play back in the league. Players like Onezeme Kwizera, who plays for the Zonic Tigers, Iradukunda Patrick, Zonic Tigers, and right now, happening now in Rwanda, the Zonic Tigers are playing a game against Kachi Sports Club. 11-1 is the current score, and 2 overs have been bowled in that game. Still looking for the result of the morning game. Then also in the other games, Zimbabwe is taking on Papua New Guinea. Zimbabwe is 58 for 2 after
Is that the
7.5
women?
overs. Yeah, the women.
Yeah, I was expecting that game. I've been following them. Zimbabwe having won the previous game,
Yeah, they won the first game of the
Yes.
opening game of the series.
and they've been working so hard, especially after their downfall in the game. So the government is beginning to realize that there's a lot of input to be given to the players, because Zimbabwe is also another country having financial and contract issues with the players. So leading to their decline, there's been lots of issues.
But at least Zimbabwe has tried to fight hard and keep the old women or the senior players there in the women's team. We look at players like Mary Ann Musonda, Chipo Mujeri, Pelagia Mujaji, Mary Modesta Modi Mumpachikwa. They have all managed to keep as part of that squad.
Indeed.
And I think it's one of the things we have lacked here in Uganda. Because I believe maybe right now we would be still having the Gertrude Chandiru's there, still playing on the team. And what also those other countries are doing better than Uganda. When you look at a country like Kenya, there's a player who was returning after a maternity leave. For us here, our players, when they go in and deliver, they always disappear. Look at players like Apio Joyce Mary. After delivering her first child, we did not try to make sure that we bring her back to the game, and that's how we lost her. Maybe we would be having her pace still doing us wonders on the team.
It goes back all the way to the person's self belief. Kenya has had a lady that I've worked with when I was in Kenya called Veronica Abuga. If you still know her,
Yeah,
she's
Veronica
just given
Abuga.
birth. She just given birth to a child about 1 year ago. We had a good conversation soon as after she gave birth, and I had to motivate her to go back and do her dues of working out. A good single from Chris, grafting it to Yves. Looks like these two have a good partnership. I think they might be playing for the same club, right?
No, they don't play for the same club. One plays for Indora Cricket Club, and the other one plays for the Zonic Tigers.
Looks like they're best friends then.
But their partnership has always been scoring. Even last year they were in Uganda here playing
Again,
playing here in the battle
very good
for the
stroke
Rwanda
from
Emerging.
Yves, hitting it down. Good on shot down the ground. Taking it for a single.
Actually, just a simple correction. Chris Yusuf plays for the Tamil Lions. Tamil Lions is in Division 2, while Yves Kusa plays for Indora Cricket Club. Indora is in Division 1.
Well, looks like they will bond well in the future. And if they play for the same club, they will be a danger.
Sure, because of the way they keep rotating around the strike.
And you see how they rotate. Their run rate is 4.94, and what they require is 4.08. They are taking things one step after another. You see again, looks again, Chris being a culprit again of trying to hit out the last ball. I do not know why he's thinking of that, or maybe it's in his plans that he waits for the last ball that he goes after. He needs to think a little bit with a more open mind than thinking with a biased mind or a premeditated mind. As a batsman, to stay longer, you've got to have an open mind.
Whereby you could just wait for the ball and you play it the way it comes.
Yeah, indeed, ODI requires you to have a lot of depth, especially in your thought process. Another shot looks like he has hit it hard, but there was a man at the boundary. Looks like it was well prepared by the captain. There goes a single. 29 for 1 after 6 overs. Run rate of 4.83. Hey, tell me, how is my team performing?
The Sunrisers are yet in the last over. 159 is the current score for a lot of 6 wickets. I think this will be a score that Gujarat Titans will come down and chase, because when you look at the other games that are where it has been possible to defend, scores have been going close to 200, but I don't see this going there because it's in the last over and the game is still in the 50s.
Why are you thinking that they will always beat them? You think these guys are just going to bowl air?
Oh, of course they will not bowl here, but As I had told you, the other team has some good depth in it. The Gujarat Titans. By the way, it looks like one of the seasons where Gujarat Titans will put up a very good performance.
Well, I saw them struggling against Mumbai Indians.
They struggled, but they ended up winning that one.
Let's see anyway. We're going into the seventh over. They've change of bowling. There's a man called Shlok.
Shlok Sain has fumbled only one over. I remember when I was in here yesterday, he told me, but the captain gave him one over, and after bowling that one over, I think he bowled a no ball, and he told him not to bowl again.
Left arm spin, short ball.
Oh,
and he's got a wicket. What a good wicket good catch from Stian Smith. Got a breakthrough, good thinking from the captain. And that is the end of Chris Yusuf, who has been living a dangerous batting life. And look carefully. He needed to just punch it back, not to cut it. When you give space to cut it, definitely against the ball that is cutting above off stump, you're going to definitely edge it. And that's what has exactly happened.
Stian Smith completes a very beautiful catch there at first slips to give Kenya the second wicket. I think Yash Gohil will be having so many reasons of trusting Shlok Sain with
Look
the
like
ball.
the two big bodies are seated together.
Yeah, Thomas Odoyo.
You know, when you see men of the same size, you easily calculate that they are thinking big decisions. Here comes in another young man from Rwanda. And he's called.
That new man there coming in for the Rwanda under-19, he is called Patrick Manirere. He has been bowling.
Is that the exciting left-hand spaceman that I saw?
Yeah, he was the exciting paceman who was bowling from the school end. He
was
plays
bowling
for the Zonic Tigers.
end yesterday.
Yeah.
Not the banana end.
Actually, the other time I was passing and I saw the Rubogo Road poster. There is a time I went to Gaddafi Military Barracks to watch a football game. So in return, when I was on my board, I was going to Madivan Market and I saw the Rubogo Road. Then I remembered what you were telling me.
Not banana plantation end.
But there is a plantation as well. So I think it doesn't matter all the ends.
Well, Rwanda is doing well with run rate. They just needed to be more consistent to hold the wicket. If they can just graft in and do as they were doing, getting runs, and not being greedy.
They need to be a little more critical with the choice of shots. Because when you see the shot that has dismissed Chris Yusuf, it was really a shot that is uncalled for, playing a late cut there.
Okay, another good shot, cut over the point, goes all the way for 4. That is indisciplined bowling from the left arm bowler, Shlok Saini. He needs to bowl it right in front of the batsman. Having an advantage of cutting the batsman, he needs not to be in discipline, going over, because if he does not either drop a deep cover, he might not get the chance of defending or protecting himself.
Actually, he should be looking at bowling those balls a little bit straighter to the stumps, try and make sure that he allows batters to play many defensive shots compared to the way he is giving them room to release up their hands.
Good comeback from him. So far Kenya needs to restrict these guys in their making of runs, because if this wicket, these two guys stay on for the next 20 overs, there will be a danger to. And again, he's been hit for a single down to mid-on. Anthony fielding the ball. So Yves still goes on. Looks like he's the mature one, and when he played against us, he was the hardcore man to get. So
indeed, Yves is one of the experienced players there in that Rwanda.
Yeah, looks like he's also hit it for a single. Or pass through the mid-off, through the captain's hands, misfield, and all the way to the boundary. The captain should be looking at this. He should not be sloppy in his fielding. He should be leading by example.
Yeah, but of course the captain does a lot of work as a wicket keeper, so putting him out in the field seems to sometimes be challenging for him. I think maybe he would have been given a chance to stand at maybe slips, because that's where you do that constitution and everything as the way you could do while keeping.
You see the ball just passed under his armpit.
He tried that dive, but he couldn't stop that ball there.
That was a sloppy dive, trust me. Let's see again.
Looks like things are moving well for the Rwanda under-19. If they don't lose any wicket, if they keep on dry and build.
Well left. No contact. Yuvraj Bhatia is trying to communicate to the bowler. Okay, 9 runs off the over, and Rwanda are 38 for 2 in 7 overs, having a run rate of 5.43, and they're requiring a run rate of 3.98.
Looks like a game that Rwanda can win with a lot of ease if they keep the wickets. If they don't keep losing wickets here,
Indeed, you're
because
right.
what they need to do is to keep protecting the strike, get the ones and the twos as they wait for those bad balls.
Which leads me to ask you this. The Ugandan women have not been faring well in the last few tournaments after qualifying for the global qualifiers. What do you think needs to be done to have them qualify to the World Cup?
Yeah, but what one of the things that I need, that I wanted them to be doing, they already did it. Getting a fielding coach. We have Sachin tucked up there from the Omtex Wikana Academy, who joined the team about a week ago, and I think he will be improving the way those girls are actually field. But also, the team has to be building the opening batter partnerships need to be giving the team a very good start, because when you look at the tournaments we have been playing, you could find that the score is for loss of 3 wickets after about 7 overs. So if you could have that good start, you give a little more confidence to these other batters who come down in the order.
But look, they have an assistant coach who has been a very good fielder. That goes for a wide. Fortune Kialo is becoming careless with the bowling. First of all, bowling it short. Second of all, bowling it wide. Not looking good for him as a youngster. He needs to bowl it by the fourth stump. This is consistency he needs to build as a youngster, so that he can become a better bowler. Just as I was telling you, back to what I was telling you. There was Edith Muhomuza, being the assistant coach. He's one of the best fielders in his generation. And him having the guidance for the girls, I believe they don't need an extra coach.
Yeah, but of course you see those DDT Muhumza has been on that team for about 2 months, taking over from Lawrence Sempija, who went to the development in that side of Mbarara. But then when you see what those Muhumza is trying to do, actually when I was sharing with those Muhumza about a week ago, he told me that the biggest problem of the women's team is not that they don't have the skills. They have the skills, but how they apply them is the problem. So not that they don't know how to field, but how they do it on pitch is what beats them. But I believe the team will be in position to put up some good performance, looking at the World Cup qualifiers.
Indeed.
Global qualifiers that will happen in Dubai
And
next month.
I didn't, it's my opinion. It's not anyone else's opinion. I feel they needed to strengthen, they need to put belief in him, being the assistant and being the one in charge of bowling and fielding. I do believe he needs to be given more responsibility than bringing someone else. Oh, and that's a wonderful joker from Kialo. That's exactly what is needed as an opening bowler. He's getting his first wicket. Manire playing very poorly and earning himself a wonderful joker, well ball joker, and hitting the off stump. And see him celebrating a Cristiano Ronaldo celebration. Well, Kenya having their third wicket. So, as I was telling you, Deo says it needs to be given that confidence and responsibility and needs to be entrusted, just like Jackson Ogwang was entrusted with being the head coach for the men's team. I think this is a good way going forward. That we should not rely so much on foreign expertise, and yet we have the ability to do these some things for our country. I don't know if you can understand what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but earlier on you said that Mahatma Lawrence, who is a foreigner, is one of the people who changed the narrative and brought the exposure of the players. So I don't know why you're now chewing your own words and trying to change things because you want to find a way of favoring those Diditi Muhumza.
No,
But,
I'm not.
I believe.
I thought you understood me.
I believe.
I think you're being a Mumbai man. I'm being too firm. I've made it very clear for you. For the women's side, it's something different. They need someone who has been an exemplary person through the national career side, whom they can trust, whom they can talk to, whom they can name. Many have come. They've done training with myself, and I can guarantee. I'm giving you an opinion as a as an indigenous coach. I think Deus needs to be given more of a chance.
Yeah, but bringing in Sachin tagged up doesn't mean that Deus loses his job. Deus will still stay there with the national team, and I believe it is actually a chance for Deus to also learn from a foreign expertise. Because truth to be told, Deus has not been a coach for so long.
But he's been a player.
He's been a player, right? That's what I accept. But
He's passed through a coaching staff that has taught him.
true, but I believe he also needs someone to learn around with. Even Jackson Ogwang became better when he started working with the likes of Stephen Tukolo from Kenya, Lawrence Mahatlan in South Africa, and that's why you see that he can now be in position to take over the team independently. So let those also come and learn around with the new people who come, because everything I believe is done in the best interest.
Well,
of
many
our
years
team.
ago, Otis Gibson was brought from England to coach South Africa. That's a very reckless ball. Very reckless ball. One ball remaining. Like I was telling you, many years ago, Otis Gibson came from England. Being an England bowling coach, was brought to become head coach of South Africa's team. Now, South Africa was not that they were not performing or they were not having. They had depended too much on foreign regalia. And what happened is one day they woke up and they said, no, we have local people who can do this. And they brought in the Mark Boucher, brought in former South African players whom they had trained to become coaches. And most of their coaches were coaching Pakistan. You can see Mickey Arthur. You've seen the likes of this tall guy. He was just finished. He became the bowling coach in the World Cup. By the 39 for 8, 4.88, they need 4.05. So like I was telling you, if you see South African former players becoming coaches and now coaching Pakistan, coaching, you find them coaching PNG, some of them are assistant coaches in other countries. Looks like South Africa realized that they have their own people who can do this job, so they said, let's take on it. Let's do it ourselves.
It'd be very good, but for us here in Uganda, we have not yet built that capacity to be in position to give out these teams, maybe. But it is something that can still be worked out. I believe the people who are taking cricket in Uganda, they need to be looking at that.
They will look at that.
Shlok Sain is back in the attack for the Kenya under-19 from the Kampala Road end.
Let's see. Ball carelessly as a wide. As a left arm spinner, he's got to get attack him. So he either hits him or he gets him. Period.
Yeah, of course, but Yves Kusa, one of the composed batters there.
That's better. That's much better. I think Saini needs to learn from a young man in Uganda called Balidawa Ali. Balidawa is consistent. He puts it right at that mark. So by the time you try to get him, he is thinking through. So I'm seeing now Saini beginning to understand that now I need to get this guy.
Yeah, but sometimes what happens is someone becoming very, very desperate of getting a wicket, because even though it's Balida who was bowling there, it's really pressure shifting to the side of the Rwanda Kenya under-19. So far, it's moving at a run rate of 4 point something.
Yeah,
sorry, 4.8, and yet the required is 4.05. It also means that the things are moving out of order for them, and Sain is coming in very desperate of getting a wicket.
Indeed, that was a good thinking by the batsman, but also the captain himself. The captain himself has noticed that the paceman is not getting the wicket, so I need to opt for the slower bowlers. So I think he's gambling around, and a good shot from Onesme. Onesme has hit a wonderful cover drive, but only to be fielded by the wonderful Kenyan.
That captain himself diving.
Yeah, that's
well
why I told you his dive that time was sloppy.
Sure
now he's doing something much better. How do you see that?
Indeed, it was some brilliance there in the field to make sure that.
And that's another shot through the covers, all over 4.
He looks for the gap on Ezime, Kwizera, and
Again,
Kenshi.
Saini again being caught as a culprit of bowling short outside off stump. So he's giving width to the young Onesme who will not leave. These Rwandese are good at back foot shot.
Yeah, back foot shots are at hitting those balls that are outside off stump. So every time you want to keep them on the back foot, you have to bowl those balls 8 or straight to the stumps.
And even then, you're bringing the ball to their strength. If you notice in this tournament, they've been playing more back foot than front foot. If all their boundaries they've scored have been off the back foot.
Kenya 19 team analysts should be looking at that and try and see. That's the Kenyan dugout.
I can see
giving
Mr. Irongo
some
looking on.
flowers there to the under 19 star. Much better delivery there from Shlok Sain, not putting it outside off stump, bowling it straight to the stumps, and that marks the end of the 9th over.
Still, Rwanda is having a wonderful run rate, and they're getting a hard time to adjust. Rwanda are 45 for 3 in 9 overs. They're trying to pass through the power play with probably having a run rate of 6 or 5 per over. So the only problem is they're losing wickets, and it's giving a little bit of problems to their batting depth, because if these two can take the game home, they can play step by step for the next 20 overs. Rwanda might decide to go home as the victors, their first maiden victory in this tournament.
Indeed, Rwanda comes into this game looking for just the first victory in the tournament, but as Fortune Kialo continues bowling for the Kenya 19 from the school end, from the Luogo Road end, as Coach Robinson loves calling it, there is a change in the commentary box as Arafa replaces me here. Arafat, welcome back to the commentary box.
Don't go away
Thank
with
you.
the banana end. Well, welcome, Mr. Masinde Arafat.
Thank you, sir.
I love this young man. The little I've known him is he's determined, he's humble, he's very hardworking. We'll soon see him in the under 19 setup here. I've known him to be a wonderful bowler, just like you see Kialo has just delivered that ball. This is a young man in Masinde Arafat who can bowl same and can give a consistent length and line. I know his chance will come through. So you're welcome to have a good conversation together. As your friends Mukisa are watching. Okay. It looks like Onesme is saying today is not your day. You're not going to go with my wicket. Kialo having 2 wickets for 13 in 4.3 overs.
Like, coach, we've seen games where Fortune does not play. Whenever Uganda is playing, we don't see him on the team list. Looking at the way he's bowling, can we term it as he's not there to the limits of playing the Uganda under-19s game?
Well, from the information given to me by Ivan, I was told that it's his first time as a debutant to bowl. Because when he was introduced to us, he did not come as a bowler in the game. So that's the wide. Again, Fortune being careless with his lines and with his length. He's bowling short and he's bowling it wide. He needs to bowl exactly in front of the batsman at the back of a length. This is the last over of the first power play, and I need him to come strong so that he can go through to bowl a few more, 1 or 2 more. But if he bowls carelessly like this, he might be stopped as well.
Having seen today Rwanda coming in, winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, can we term this as the Rwanda coach wants his boys to improve on their game?
I think he wants a victory today. That's all I can say. I think he wants them to have a victory. So I'm hoping that all goes well for them. They have many balls at hand and there are fewer runs to go. So these two just need to understand that it's simple mathematics. If they understand that, then everything will fall in their place. Okay, looks like Mr. Kialo is insisting on the right lines, like right lengths. 2 balls to go. Um, we hope to see what will happen. I think Kenya will introduce things spin all through, uh, being more desperate to have the other 7 wickets and close up this game before the Rwandese breathe out. So how do you see that?
According to what we've been seeing here, the way the wicket is playing, most of the wickets that are got, they are got through bringing on the slow bowlers.
Indeed, it says. I think most of the slow bowlers have been getting wickets. You have witnessed Mr. Gurjivan Singh of Uganda having 8 wickets. So the first power play is gone at the run rate of 4.70, requiring a run rate of 4.05, 162 from 240 balls. I think the Rwandese, if they think deeper in their thought process and bring out this game, I think they could have their maiden victory against Kenya.
Looking at the way the Rwandese fielded today, it seemed sluggish, because when you look at the way they fielded, it was never the way they did it before, making us think that they didn't come for a win today. They were here to make their games done for this Easter ODI series.
I feel the pain because, trust me, if you've not been winning games, then you have the last game. Let's just do what we have to do. That's what they're thinking.
And making the analyzing all that has happened in all the games we've had Rwanda playing, we see they have a lot of discipline in their bowling. There is a lot of consistency whenever they are having the ball to deliver.
Yeah, it calls for practice. Rwandese are known to do be good at doing simple things. If you go through their structures, they've invited in a couple of people from Cricket Without Boundaries. They've included expatriates from Zimbabwe, the likes of Leonard Nhamburo. So you're going to expect with the foreign regalia of the people that they have of experts. I think Rwanda in the next 5-10 years will have been a very improved side. I think that's a shot, that's a single. It's gone all the way to the boundary for Fortune Kialo to field. So Onesme is the one who was common to bat. Yves having the first double figure for Rwanda. So let's see what happens.
Rwanda is in need of 161 from 39 overs, which is a chaseable score if at all we can have a partnership that can stick in there.
You've spoken exactly what I was just telling Mr. Ivan Sajabi just a few moments before you came. If they just keep the discipline of keeping the run rate at simply 5, I think this game will be finished by the time these guys notice. There are so many loose balls the Kenyans are bowling, so the good things that the Rwandese at the moment are taking advantage of those loose balls. The end of the over, 11 overs, 48 for 3. Current run rate is 4.36 and needing 4.13. I'll take a short break and I'll be back.
Onizime on with 4 from 12 and Yvesh with 10 of 15. Let's see if Rwanda can make this to the top. Rwanda is in need of 161 from 39 deliveries. If the discipline is being kept here, we might see Rwanda taking their first win today. It's 48 for 3 and the show is on. 49 is the score for loss of 3, which is a good start for the Rwanda under-19 team. Let's see if they can stick in there, get us the more beautiful partnership that can make them take the victory home. Ashdeep Kundi, who has so far bowled 3 overs, 17 runs with no wicket. Lots of energies on the oval as a ball is bowled and the batsman didn't have the effort to put it where it was. Let's see if this partnership can stay in. Onezime on with Yivesh. Let's see if they can push the scores to the hopes of taking the win home. Nice efforts on that ball, and that marks the end of the over. 50 runs on board for loss of 3. Rwanda under-19 is in need of 159, which is still a chaseable score. If you look at the overs they're having, it seems there are more balls than the runs that are required to retain the win home. If Rwanda can stick in there, get us that partnership that can push them to make the score of 150, it will be the nice looking couple that will make Rwanda retain the win today.
Well, half century from the team. Run rate is still 4.17. It's very close actually from the required run rate.
Looking at these scores, they look good. It shows the application that the Rwandese are putting in, but let's see if they can still maintain.
Well, Mr. Deer looks like he's a new player into the fold. He did not play the previous game, so I think they're trying him out today in preparations for the finals to see if whatever they can get out of the best combination. Well, that's a full ball which has been driven down the leg for a single, and there's a man at long on who's been able to field it. The Rwandese look like they're comfortable today in their batting. Yves looks like he's in one pace today. He wants to score a half century.
Let's see if he can be in there and maintain the same discipline and application to make it to the top.
Okay, well, let's see. What an error from Onesme. Almost gave out a catch. The bowler thinking so hard. Uh, so far 2 runs conceded in his bowling. He's doing well. Well, 2 runs off the over. 52 for 3 at the run rate of 4. Still needing 4.24 run rate. And is needing 157 in 37 overs. Well, introduction of a new bowler, Mr. James. Looking like the captain is exploiting all his options. These are new options. Let's see what happens. Well, first ball on the money.
And however, there is a number of players that are playing a game today that they don't play against the Uganda. Seeing on the performance side of the Kenya under 19, looking at their application, looking at their determination, looking at how they play, they might be having a number of batsmen, but they are ready to apply. Isn't this a threat if Uganda and Kenya meet at the under 19 World Cup qualifiers?
Well, we are very positive, and I think this time around, I don't think we'll get beaten like the way we've been making sloppy mistakes in the past, and we need to sort them out and going ahead. I think the likes of the Magazes will come and do something, and I think they will do Ugandans proud.
Uganda having most of its top order batsmen performing yesterday. Will we see the same today or tomorrow when they come in to play the finals against the Kenya under 19 team?
I think the mood in the camp is very, very good. I'm thinking the boys will do great stuff. Well, he's hit the ball all the way through. Third man saving it. Keeper could not reach it. Mr. Yuvraj Bhatia could not reach it. The bowler offering an opportunity. And Onesme taking down the ball for a single. I think he's living carelessly.
Yves on with Onezeme. Yves having 13 off 21 and Onezeme having 7 off 21. They are looking good with their batting partnership, because when you see the fall of wickets that we've been having since this inning started, it seems now the Rwandese are settled in. They are in to look for the scores.
Well, let's see what happens, because trust me, the run rate is dropping and the required run rate is increasing. The bowler is finding his rhythm and line. Bowling short, I think he's asking questions to him. I can hear in the Kenyan camp lots of noises being made in the dugout of the Kenyan side. Looks like they were supporting that ball. Still too far, 2 runs off the 5 balls. James trying to get a wicket by bowling short and fiercely. Yves cooling it down and not worrying at all because he looks a confident man. Again, another short ball. This could be wide. This is way out of a line. Way out of line. I'm thinking that James now has to bowl more sharply and more closely towards the batsman, that he could obtain an edge to Stian, who was fielding right about second slip.
Seeing new players coming in and still doing the same.
Oh, now that is a no ball. I think he's overstepped. Something is not right. James is not giving himself time. He's not giving himself time at all. This is not good. So the Rwandese are getting more happier in the dugout. So this could be a free hit. Yves relaxed and looking and saying, this is an opportunity for me now to unleash my vengeance and crushing this ball. Let's see who wins the word. Who wins the rumble? A word from the captain. Yeah, like I told you, Yves was looking to hit it out of the park, but incidentally, he hit it down the ground to mid-on, who happened to save the ball. 4 runs off the over from James, beginning well and becoming shaky towards the end.
That marks the end of the 14th over. 56 for loss of 3. Yves Chusa on and Onezeme Kwizira just in to build that inning for the team. Rwanda under 19 will need 153 runs from 36 overs, which is still a chaseable score.
Very much. You can see the run rates. The run rates are not very different. One is 4.0, which is the current run rate, and the other is 4.25, which is the required one. So they need 153 in 176 balls. 166 balls, sorry. Not even 166. Not even. It's about 216 balls.
And looking at most of the teams batting their overs out, we've seen teams bat to the last ball. Has one of the developing coaches who develop talent here in Uganda, how do you term this improvement in the playing of these youngsters?
Well, the players need to just understand the fundamental basics of ODI or 50 overs cricket. 50 overs cricket is basically about longevity, thought process, sustainability, teamwork, partnerships. So the batsmen must learn these basic foundations, the team at large. So if you can't have a longevity kind of plan or mindset or team plan, then you will not be able to manage the arena of ODI cricket. Okay, looks like he has double creased. Yves hitting the ball over the covers for 4 runs. Very beautiful shot. Very beautiful shot. Hitting it inside out and leaving the bowler gesturing and wondering what's going on. Dear Patel not happy at all.
Before, when I had a game, I was standing in as the umpire. There is a player who was batting. The wicket keeper was behind there and the bowler was sledging the batsman. He told him, jump out and hit me over the top.
Oh, another sloppy piece of fielding from the very own bowler, Diru Patel. He did not take into account to stop the ball with his body. He just let it through, only for Yves to take a single, and Onesme Kwezera to face the remaining two balls. Onesme hitting a shot and finding no gap. The man at point fielding so hard to make sure he denies them the runs.
Looking at the batting side of the Uganda under 19, we saw most of their shots being played on the long on, long off, and the gap between covers and point. Should we term this as something that was developed by the coaches in their training?
Well, then also you need to have a mindset. You don't play shots on the long on, long off unless these balls are full. So that's why you're seeing yesterday's bowlers were presenting it to them to have contact. So the batsmen getting into the game decided to press them hard. We're having here a just temporary drinks break. The batsmen and the bowlers are getting relaxed with some water from both ends. So as I was telling you, the Ugandan side just discovered that they needed to push the ball more because the balls were more full and they were more reckless. So at the drinks break, we will take a small break and then we shall return when the game resumes.
As we return from our drinks break, the score stands at 62 for loss of 3, which is good so far.
Talking about drinks, Sting has been one of the sponsors of this tournament. Thank you, Sting, for your input. I wouldn't want the children to take too much of Sting. Sting is an energizing drink. It's an energy drink. It's in types of Gold Rush. And I don't know their type is called what? I forget its name. But Sting, congratulations. And thank you very much. Credit goes to you for having been one of the founding partners, as well as Vero Water, that have also been able to make this a success for the boys to be refreshed, and also for the officials like us to refresh our mouths.
And remember, we are in the Easter ODI Youth Series, broadcasted by the Deep End Sports Media, hosted here in Uganda, Jinja, hosted by the Uganda Cricket Association, which is making all this happen. As we see the boundary well cleared, having stewards on the field, nice meals and good accommodation for the players from the different countries.
Well, that was one per over. I was about to say this, that Jesus is the reason as to why we're celebrating Easter. Don't forget that Easter is a wonderful, beautiful day, and this Sunday is one of the greatest memorable days. Don't go out partying and misusing your life. Remember about the life of Jesus Christ, and if you've not been able to give your life to him, just do it today. This is the chance I'm giving to you, openly on air. I've experienced him in my personal life throughout the many years I've been with him. That's why I don't take things for granted. Anyway, back to the game. Let's see what happens. That could be another wide. Umpires ignoring wide. He had been given a 1 per over to ball. He is looking for attacking more on the body so that Yves gives the wicket. They know that Yves is a hard person to get. So the captain is saying, okay, enough is enough of the wides. Try to cut down on the wides and let's find a way of getting this guy out. Well, that's another wide. He had already been warned earlier. And the rules are very clear. You bowl 1 per over. Yves is now getting more confidence. I'm thinking at the back of his mind is looking to win this game for his country today.
Looking at the way James is bowling, we are seeing a number of short deliveries that are being delivered by him.
This is another full one which has bowled, which has gone down the leg for a young man in the names of Shlok Saini, who's fielded this ball greatly. Good stuff from him. He's looking in good touch at the outfield. Kenya trying to restrict these people, of course, but the runs are going down. Kenya needs to get 3 more wickets to be more comfortable to go through and win. Another short ball outside in this plain bowling. And the umpire looks like he has let him go, let him loose off the rope. Kenya needs to find a solution quickly, which they are trying to avoid embarrassment in this tournament to lose to Rwanda today. Okay, that's a good leg ball, which has been kicked off because it was heading towards the wicket. Onesme Kwizera using his football skills to kick out the ball.
Onesime Kwizera with 8 off 26 and Yves Chusa with 19 off 21, which is a developing partnership in this
Indeed.
inning.
If they stay for just 30 overs, imagine what havoc will happen. Because both of them are getting in touch. You can even hear the noise of the bat. Looks like both of them are hungry for a win. And imagine if the Rwandese win. What will happen on the ground today?
There will be a lot of surprise. However, the Kenyans have nothing to lose. Although they will lose this game, they will still have a chance to play the finals.
Another
tomorrow.
short ball, again overstepping. And this is another no ball. Well, the bowler remaining stunned. He knows what he did. He overstepped. So he's asking why. So and then they're explaining to him. Stian explained to him, you've overstepped. You've reached out beyond your step. He's not settled this over. I do not know why. He's still currently thinking of bowling short that he can get the wicket. And that's not a good approach. If I were him, I would think the approach of attacking the wickets instead of attacking the person. So let's wait for the free hit. James versus Onesbe. Oh, Onesme misses, and James wins this battle this time.
And when you take a close look at the field setting, we have someone deep down at the leg side. This shows that they are trying to make him bowl that ball short. They want the batsman to make a mistake and fall into the trap, which seems not working out, and it is costing.
Well, it
the
may
team.
not be so. They might be trying to just protect the bowler, because they might be knowing that in the bowling practice he bowls a lot of short balls. So the captain, seeing that, wise enough, said, I have to back my player up and I have to protect him.
Looking at this happening, it shows teams are giving players opportunity to play. Seeing yesterday Obama Conrad on the team that played, it shows that all the teams are giving players opportunities to showcase themselves.
Indeed, when you carry your 16, you make sure that all the 16 players that you can be able to judge going forward.
66 is the score for loss of 3. Rwanda under 19 is in need of 143 from 34 overs, which is still a chaseable score if at all Yivesh and Onezeme can stick in there and make the win.
Indeed, that's the cry of the Rwandese who are living in the dugout there, hoping that these two stick there for the next 20 or 30 overs. Looks like again this might be a catch from Stian. Not Stian, but looks like the captain has grabbed this ball from Yves. Unfortunately, Yves' innings come to an end. He is not believing what he's seeing, and Shlok Saini is the victor. Rwanda going down 66 for 4, and Kenya gaining. Shlok getting his second wicket. Yes, so well, Shlok continues with this good, marvelous return, being brought back for a second spell, um, bowling to Manishimwe, who's the new batsman. Manishimwe having his first contact after 2 balls, and Shlok now working on bowling right in front, as was the first target that I think would be good for him. Again, bowling in front of the batsman, making it better. And I can see the backup and the saluting from the teammates and clapping. So good stuff for him this time round.
And we've seen here in this tournament of the Easter ODI Youth Series, the slow bowlers being used, being more effective. The game you had against the Kenya under 19, we saw Balidawa Ali coming in with Musa Majidu. What is the point between this strategy?
Well, the strategy was that to make sure that we wanted to see if Balidawa can be able to control a new ball. As a spinner, it becomes difficult to control the new ball. We were thinking that way because we think that the spinners to handle a new ball, you must be having consistency, must be having good fingers to roll the ball in front of the batsman. I think Balidawa did a very good job at his young age.
The score stands 66 for loss of 4, and Rwanda under 19 is in need of 143 from 33. Manishimwe on with 0 of 5, and Onezeme still holding with 8 runs of 30 balls.
Now Onesme Kwizera needs to understand that his compatriot who had scored 19 runs had stayed there for quite a number of overs, about 13 overs. So Onesme needs to stay there for another 30 overs if Rwanda is to win, and hoping that his compatriot Manishim will stay in for another 25 overs.
Change of bowler, seeing Stian Smith on the hunt for wickets. Is one of the bowlers who are standing in
and bowling short, the ball going for the boundary. He has been careless this very ball and blaming himself. He only has himself to blame. Onesme has been waiting for the short ball. I've noticed Onesme is good at hitting shorter deliveries and hitting fuller deliveries. You can see he was well prepared for that short ball, and the fielder at mid-wicket was so sloppy about this. Just looked at it and just let it go for 4.
Look at Stian Smith bowling. Is one of the bowlers who are standing in to pick the wickets for the Rwanda under 19.
Well, I think Stian is a part-time bowler. From the conversation I had with him, he says his first time to start bowling in openings for this country. So let's see. He has a lot of opportunity to bowl leg spin, though he may not be the leg spinner that you would want like Jivan Singh, who has lots of turn, but he can give you wickets.
Looking at Gujivan Singh picking 4 wickets at the first game we had, when
again Onesme saying no, I'm not going to let you stay, I would rather let you go. Oh, good fielding from James. Good fielding from James. I like this. I think this is classic spot on throw to the wicket. I think this needs an upload from his teammates. Good stuff from him. Those of you watching, I think you see how he goes the ball, he back steps at the ball, chasing it. He was 10 meters to move to 5 meters, to 2 meters, to 1 meter. By the time the ball is 1 meter off the rope, makes a fantastic rollover. Oh, good fielding from Akshit Sekar. Good bowling, good fielding from him.
Looking at the lots of energies put in by the Kenya under 19 players, as I was saying.
And Stian Smith ending with 6 in his over. Good feeling from James. I feel I need this to be rewinded. I need the viewers to see how he never gave up following this ball. People need to see this. I don't know if the production is hearing me. They need to show us how he backpedaled, because the ball went over him and he backpedaled, and he realized he was not going to win the race, so he turned quickly. And see, he begins sprinting even when the ball is in the air, which not many people do. He gives in more effort in the beginning, and at the end he back rolls and stops the ball. What a super kind. That is world class.
Lots of energies there as the score stands 72 for loss of 4.
Oh, good bowling for he's continued this good run. A sloppy fielding from the man at covers. He shouldn't have given that ball. It was so simple to field. It will be a shame on himself. I think the captain is beginning to lose it out. That is not good from him. He's supposed to lead by example. Again Onesme hitting the ball and dissecting the two fielders. And good fielding from the person at deep cover. And running for two, Onesme is now beginning to believe in himself and he's beginning to understand what it means to take leadership after his compatriot and more experienced player has just left.
Analyzing the games we've been having in this tournament, it seems the Uganda.
Oh!
That's a clean ball. A good ball has been
That
bowled.
must have been an amball. Onesbe being taken surprised by the amball. Onesbe seemed to have settled only to be serviced with an amball. Just have a look at that ball. I can see from the body action it was a straighter ball. Amball through the gate, hitting the leg and between the leg and middle stump, hitting off the bells. Good bowling from Shlok Saini. His third wicket in the fourth over for 19 runs.
There was a hole between
Manishimwe
the pads.
has to understand that this is a game, a do or die, if Rwanda is to win. Coming in is... Oh, you don't know the person. Let's wait and see who's going to come on the screen. Looks like there was a change in the Rwandese side, so we'll tell you shortly who this is that has gotten in. Rwandese are having a very good run rate if they're to keep, but problem is they're throwing down their wickets. They're not being patient at all. Again, back to these men are having a good drinking big, thinking big. The manager is looking at the monies in his pocket and saying, yeah, this is M-Pesa that has come in. And just look at that. And he's now taking a photograph as evidence that I think this is the money justified. Shlok Saini, good bowling this time round. Let's see who faces. Very sloppy bowling. Not even the person in midfield could, so in mid wicket could save it. Oh, good saving from the person at the long on. He's run across his back tracked. He's tracked all the way to the boundary. I think he was not in long off, he was in mid on. Aditya saving this for just a double. Joel Phil is the new batsman that has come in. He's come in and said with a double.
And
again another sloppy ball and they take a single. Rwandese are not looking at wasting more chances. The bowler needs to change his ball. I think he's trying to buy some wickets. Not very good for him.
And looking at the way the Rwandese are running in between their wickets and analyzing the games we've been having here, it seems Uganda so far is having the best way of running in between the wickets. You can tell us more of how you prepared and how you made it that they are having the best way of running in between their wickets.
The best way to run in between the wickets is to have an agreement with your friend. Especially, looks like it's almost out. Good throw. Looks like oi. Whoa! Looks like Joy Fields was going to be run out on the other side. Manishimwe stopping him in the middle, and a very poor bowling from Shlok. You can see the fielding. Looks like this young man. Looks like this man. What's his name? Kialo. Fielding very well at the boundary and throwing the ball all the way from the boundary to hit the wickets. Very good hunting from him. But again, Joel Fields was thinking of running, and careless running almost cost him a run out.
Seeing the way they've been running, it shows there has been some miscommunication.
Yeah, Rwanda again needing 129 off 186 balls. I think they're getting closer to the target. The only problem is they're becoming greedy. Already half of the team is gone. So we need to keep this half running for the next 20-30 overs. I think they will be home. Oh, good bowling from Stian Smith. Looks like he's made his comeback. Joel Fields not understanding the gritties of leg spin.
And looking at the outstanding performance of Gojivan, seeing one of the players of the Uganda
Oh,
under 19, he performed with in the first game of the tournament, but we've not seen him have a good comeback so far.
well, I think because he's not, this is his first tournament, and we are looking at strengthening. Normally most of these Asian boys don't have issues with the fitness and dieting, so we are adapting him to make sure that he fits in into our plans of strength and conditioning. Well, that's wide, wide ball, even deceiving the wicket keeper, and might cause the Rwandese to run for two. All this carelessness could cause these guys, if these two remain, the run rate is climbing steadily up. You can see Gurjivan Singh, we've just been speaking about him, you say drinking. He's eating the bottle. Just see him there relaxing. We're trying to get him to relax. Yesterday we rested him because of the fatigue he had. Oh, Joel Fields not being patient enough, not giving himself time. Okay, looks again. Looks again like Stian is now getting back to his length, the previous length. Let's see what he can do with the last ball. Too much flight and not getting a wicket anyway. 9 in 2 overs. Rwanda is having a run rate of 4.15 and requiring 4.2. That's a slight edge. I think they're almost on target. I think the coach is now much more having a smile, and if they go for the next 30 overs like that, I think they'll get home quickly.
And analyzing the way the way Stian Smith bowls, whenever he gets that loose ball, he's ever disappointed of himself. He's ever blaming himself. What can we term this as in the growing of the player?
Well, every player has an emotional side of him, but how you control the emotions is very key to yourself. Just like you saw how Nero, Jonathan, in the previous game against when Mulongo dropped the ball, Mulongo Paul dropped the ball. He got disappointed and emotionally threw himself down. So these are things we addressed, and I think we shall find a better play out of him. He needs to just sit down and sort out himself. Look at Kialo coming in and very aggressively waiting for the ball, and all to no avail.
And on that point, having one of your players, Nero Jonathan, who's a key factor in your team, one of the bowlers holding the ball, making it hard for the batsmen to score, being injured, isn't this a danger part for the Uganda under 19 as tomorrow they are facing the Kenya under 19?
Well, it shouldn't be a problem because Nero is a strong man. Nero is a strong man. I do believe from the conversations we had this morning, I think he'll do well. He'll do well. We'll get there. Again, another unball delivered. Manishimwe being very careless. He should have played more with an elbow, high elbow, than playing more with a side elbow. Okay, well played. I think he's been listening to me, and he delivered exactly that's what was said. So, Shlok with 24 in 6, 3 wickets taken. Looks like Rwanda is still short, but I believe in the last few overs they'll get back home very quickly and safely.
Looking at the batting side of the Rwandese, it seems they are not good in making partnerships, because we've seen them bat on this oval, but they seem not to work in partnerships. What advice can you give to them? As we see on our screens, that's the Rwanda dugout. what advice as a developing one of the best developing coaches in Uganda can you give to the Rwandese who are failing to get those partnerships to push them to the winning hopes?
Well, you need to also sit down and talk to the partnerships. You need to do partnership drills in your training, especially on the open field. It's not about getting in the nets and playing shots and or playing looking for skill sets. You need to set some of the things are team setups, and part of the team setups is to make sure you have a partnership on the field, training drills, that when they get to play, like you give them a target like this in this number of overs, and seeing what combination can work for you. And when you prepare them for hazard ahead of time, they get the confidence, and later when they meet the hazard, they know how to find their way home. I don't know whether I've answered you.
Of course, that's 84 for loss of 5. Rwanda is in need of 125 runs from 28. If they stick
And
in there.
and again, Mani Shimwe says, no, you're not going to bowl that to me today. Not today. We have another day to converse this. He's getting good support from Joel Fields, who's also scoring, both having 4 apiece. Again, Joel Fields being careless, and he's been dropped. He's been dropped. Can you imagine? He's been dropped. Joel Fields given a life. He's been given a life. Let's look at that again. Joel Fields had given up, and the player jersey number 9 just drops him. Now Mani Shimwe sees and says, no, you're not going to do that, not today. He's now applying himself.
That chance being given to Joel, it seems Stian Smith is now disappointed. He is disappointed with the fielding of his fellow player. Let's see if the Rwanda can come back strong. It is 87 for loss of 5. I think Kenya will need someone to make a breakthrough through this partnership, because it seems they are developing. If you look at the ball they have faced, Joel has faced 12 balls and Manishimwe has faced 15, and their attitude shows they are in to stay there.
Well, if this two, I told you, like if they stay for the next 30 overs, I think this will be damage for the Kenyans, and they'll regret for the drop that they have given that young man. Joel Fields has been given a second life, and he should be grateful to God for that. Again, living freely. Skewing the ball down the leg, but being fielded at the mid-on by Aditya. Yeah, he is now trying to recover and being more cautious in his game of stay. Well, Shlok taking the fight and saying, well, I'm going to fight you till the very end, and I'll do whatever it takes to get things done. I want another wicket. Dropping the ball to him, and they also grabbed it there simply. That is good thinking from both men. Good thinking from both men, and an upload from the Rwandese side.
Looking at the mental strength of the players playing in this tournament, it seems there was better preparation in the mental aspect.
Well, this time round, they have nothing to lose. What can you see? Well, an arm ball outside the off stump with 2 balls remaining. Joe feels not interested at all. Well, that's a wide. Being careless again. Shlok should be thinking now. Stian following up the ball. Kenya is beginning to give too many extras. They are giving too many extras. Too many extras are being given away. It is not good.
seeing the Kenya under 19 scoring 208, and we saw Uganda scoring 204, which we thought was a big score, yet it was an easy chase for the Kenya under 19. Looking at the scores, should we expect more that the Rwanda can come back and do the same damage as it did on the Uganda under 19?
Well, I can't say anything can happen, surely. I can see Saddam and his friends relaxing. I can see Kevin Awino, administrative assistant, with Marvin Chitamirike, also human resource assistant, and Michael Chintu, one of the umpires, and one of the other people that I cannot see clearly, watching this game and having fun. Well, that ball is a bit fuller, and Joel Fields hits the ball straight to long on for a single. Looks like Mani Shimwe has adapted very well, and they're having an understanding. Well, almost. That was close. Batia almost eating up the ball. He needs to be more careful in picking up. Wicket keeping up the stumps requires you to keep low until the ball comes up. Okay, now that's a shot being hit by Mani Shimwe. I told you today he has come to have a statement personally to Stian.
Seeing a lot of disappointment on Stian Smith's face, the man who we think will be a threat tomorrow if he is in the game and he gets a chance to score against the Uganda under 19 team.
Well, he might not be really a threat because the Ugandans did not take things seriously initially, and they let this partnership flow all the way. Oh, that's another short ball. Looks like Joel Fields are joining the party. They're grafting very well this over, and they're trying to make sure they are meant for themselves. They're waiting for the last minute when the Kenyans will choke up. Mani Shimwe blocking that ball, and 16 in 4. Stian disappointed with himself. Kenya have conceded 116 and 1993 and needing 116 and 166 balls, 156 balls.
Analyzing today's Stian Smith's bowling, according to the way we've seen him bowl, it shows today he's having a loose, and shall we say that today he's facing a weaker team. He's bowling a lot of loose deliveries today.
No, he seems to be having an injury from what I saw. When I saw him outside, he was limping. Like I saw him earlier during the lunch break, he was limping. So it looks like he's having a hamstring. Looks like again Mr. Deer has been brought on to bowl in place of Shlok Saini. Mr. Deer has been bowling very well, and we are hoping that he gets another wicket for Kenya. Good ball from him. That's the right thing to do, just to bowl in front of the batsman. The batsman should make the mistake, not you to make the mistake. Oh, that was close.
The looks we are having, Deal seems to be the youngest player on this team. If you take a look of the way they are motivating him to play, giving him chance to showcase
and
himself.
That's a good hit. Let's see. That's all the way for 6. No, it's not a 6. That's a catch. That's a very wonderful catch. Great catch. It's a great catch. Let's see all the way. That goes the end of Manishimwe's innings. So young man draw a delivery, and let's see all the way what happens. Let's see what happens. The young man leaps up and takes a catch. We're not sure if it has hit the ropes. Good catch from him. Very good catch from him. He's caught it within the boundary ropes, giving Kenya their 6th wicket. So like I said, Deer has been brought in to get another wicket. His first wicket of the tournament.
Looking at the Kenya team, rejoicing for the wicket they have got. Another breakthrough. 94 is the score for loss of 6. Rwanda under 19 is in need of 115 runs from 25 overs, which is still possible if they can stick
Those
in
are
there.
very many balls. 150 balls. It's just that Rwanda making so many mistakes in their batting. They're making so many mistakes. They should have composed themselves first. And once they compose, then they begin to settle down and make sure their innings are strong, then establish their presence. It's just a matter of waiting. It goes back to the thought process.
We have Gihozo here, the man who was doing it with the ball. Let's hope he can make it also with the bat for the team to take the victory home to get their first win today.
Indeed, let's see what Gyozo is going to offer us. Deer bowling 9 in 3. Kenya now are expecting to get 4 more wickets. And halfway the game, the run rate is 3.75, requiring 4.6. We look at the wicket. This is how the wicket looked. And careless playing from Manishimwe, who was beginning to settle in the game. But also a good catch from the player that got him. A tall young lad in the names of Akshit Sekar.
Stian Smith back in the hunt for a wicket and realizing what is happening in these Easter ODI Youth Series games. The Orange teams have a good start, but whenever we reach in the middle, there is a rapid fall of wickets.
Well, that's what they call finesse. Finesse, I told you, it's going through longevity. I told you ODI goes through longevity. If you don't go through the thought process, the batting process, how do you come in? How do you keep your eye in? How do you settle up? How do you collect your shots? These are things you think in as a batsman. How is your mindset before even you've gotten in? How is your thought towards the over, the previous over, and what is going to bowl? So most of these young lads come in just to hit the ball. You've just seen what Joe Fields is doing. He wants to take this ball to his... he wants to take Stian back to the screen. Well, that's way up. Even if you appeal, umpire not interested at all. And I can see the Kenyans applauding Stian. Looks like he's an inspirational member of their team. Okay, that's a drop. But no way. No chance for Mr. Joel Fields. Stian trying to get a maiden off this one time to restrict the Rwandese. And that is a wicket. That's the end of Joel Fields. Stian's very first wicket.
And looking at the ball that took that wicket, it was a kind of shot, although it didn't have that high pitch. And Joe Fields was in air, he was up. He didn't manage to get to the pitch of that ball.
Yeah, indeed. He tried to play a good shot, but played it with his head up, and the ball kept low below his knees. You can see the ball. Just wait and see. If you go slowly, it pitches well and beats him. Second of all, the leg is misplaced. You can see the leg is misplaced, and instead of playing driving it downwards, you wanted to play across it. It's the ball that's in the line of the stumps.
Score stands 95 for loss of 7. Rwanda under 19 is in need of 114 from 24, which is becoming hard for them to score, because when we look at the way the fall of wickets, it shows there is something missing in their batting.
It may not be missing, but this is their first tournament together, first time from what I heard. They are learning. It's a learning curve for them. Great learning curve in this tournament. So I'm believing next tournament they'll come back with much more than what is expected from them. Like I told you, Rwanda is stepping up the ladders slowly. So in the next 3-4 years, there'll be a force to reckon with. So let's see Stian's first one more ball for him to complete a maiden wicket. Oh, okay. And that marks the end of the over. Confiance coming in at number 9. And Rwanda 95 for 7 in 26 overs. Needing a run rate of 4.75. Currently at 3.65.
Confiasa Rukundo, the captain, he's the man who stood in for Rwanda yesterday to pick the first 2 wickets against the Uganda under 19. He looked good with the ball, although in the innings of today, the game we are seeing today, he didn't manage to perform that well, but he stood in and also got a wicket today. Looking at the way his game is improving, looking at the lines, the consistency, the discipline when he's bowling, shall we expect a much more better player if at all he goes in and works on a few mistakes that he is having in his career?
Yes, true. You need to look at the mistakes he's making. Mistakes are part of a learning curve. Again, good shot. But where is Gihozo going? He needs to see what his field set is like if he's to get something done. Kalminenge. Again, we are seeing Gihozo trying to run off, but his partner, Confiance Rukundo, not interested at all. So sent him back. Another short ball through Stian's hand, but oh, not through. Looks like he saved it at the last minute. Deal bowling, dealing in short balls. I do not know why. They're bowling a loose ball, and the ball dissecting, and good save again. Once again, the Kenyans putting their bodies down the line. What a save! A good double from Gihozo, who's gotten his first 2 runs, by the way, of the sixth ball. Um, Making 97 for 7.
And looking at the way Stan Smith is playing, he's able to dominate with the ball, he's able to dominate when he's fielding, and he's able to dominate whenever he's batting. What can you see in this young man? Because whenever he's doing anything, he is able to dominate.
He is dominating because he has a deep inner passion that his legends have been there before have done. And Smith is from a family background that has played cricket, so he knows what it means to be proud of his legacy. And even then, he would love his children and his children's children to play, so which is not new. And I was not expecting less, because even in the game against Uganda, he was again quiet, and he was more passionate to have the win. It is my time to sign out. I've been here for 28 overs. I'll be back soon.
Which is good having you in office, because you've given the youngsters there lots of the words that motivate them to play this game. Let's hope to have you more. Thank you for being here in the commentary section. But the score stands at 98 for loss of 7, which is bit a hard time now for the Rwandese to come back, according to the way we are seeing the Kenya under-19 team bowling.
Okay, thank you.
Fights, but the batsmen seem to have easy run on that ball. Confianza Rukundo, who has so far faced 0 and who has so far scored 0 and faced 2 runs, and Gihozo, who has so far scored 4 of 10. Let's see if they can stick in there. The score stands at 99. If the Rwandese are in to get that partnership that can push them and give them the scores without losing wickets, they might get a chance to register their first win in this Easter ODI Youth Series tournament. That marks the end of the over. On our screens, we are seeing fans, cricket, people watching cricket, people enjoying cricket with the good weather here in Jinja, Uganda. And Confianza Rukundo on with Gihozo. The score stands at 99 for loss of 7. Rwanda under 19 is in need of 110 from 22 overs if they can stay in there and prove themselves the victory of the win today. We are seeing Stan Smith there, a man who was so far bowled 6 overs and 18 runs with 1 wicket. chance for a catch, but more energy is needed if it was to be taken. And it looks Yuvraj, the man who always scores for the team with a bat, is disappointed. Let's see if we can get a review of that, seeing how he was beaten by the ball, making Gihozo there to get a boundary off it, pushing his scores to 8 of 12 and having Confianza Rukundo in with 0 of 5. Rwanda under 19 is now in need of 106 from 21.4 overs. There's a swing, and this time around Yuvraj manages to get that ball and push it back to the bowler, limiting the batsman from making 2 runs from it. There is a loud noise of applause and the umpire signals out, and finally the Kenya under-19 manages to get a breakthrough. Confianza Rukundo, a man who has scored none from 6 balls. When you take a look of the review, let's see if he was in line of the stumps. When you watch the review, it shows he made a movement and pushed in stumps and missed that ball that went to his pads, and the score stands at 104 for loss of 8. Kigabo is the man in the hill who has bowled so far 4 overs, 17 runs and 2 wickets. It is just a good performance. He has not played many games, but he is in there to score for the team. Looking at the Kenya under-19 team rejoicing the wicket they've got. Let's see if the Rwanda under-19 can still stand in to get the score. Rwanda is in need of 105 from 21 overs. Back to back, as we see bowlers bowling those lines, keeping their discipline. In the comment section, we are having Sajabi Ivan back. Sajabi, you're welcome.
Thank you. Very, very happy to be back. The debutant, Dhruv Patel, for the Kenya under-19, they are causing a lot of trouble to the batters. It's raining wickets here in Ginger, I tell you. Rwanda under-19 is losing the wickets in succession. But the coach will not be happy with them, because I tell you something. I thought maybe today was the day where they would have batted out all the overs. But after just 29 overs, they have lost a total of 8 wickets. Not a good performance for the under-19 youngsters of Rwanda.
Kigabo on, who has so far faced 2 balls, and Gihozo, who is in there with 9 runs. 13 on the screens. We are seeing there one Okse Oyaga, the man who is in to take care of the Rwanda team, and people in there having laughters. We are seeing Gihozo in. Let's see if he can stay in and bring the team to the victory. Stian in there bowling. Today we've seen Stian bowling some loose balls in his overs.
Yeah, but of course, Stiane keeps giving those loose balls, but they are very, very challenging. As you can see, as far bowled 6 and considered only 18. So I think the captain Yash Gohil took a very good strategy to bring in slow bowlers like Stian Smith to try and make sure that he curbs the damage. He's so far picked only a wicket, and he'll be looking at picking another wicket. And the way I can see here, it seems like Elzei Gehozo is also going to go out anytime soon, because the way he is trying to be aggressive is not really called for. It means either will miss and his stumps will be hit, or maybe he's going to give out a catch anytime from now.
Looking at the way the Rwanda under 19 team, the batsmen are swinging their bats, although they don't get connection to the ball. This seems they don't have a lot of patience. They don't have the patience to wait for the balls to go hard on.
Yeah, but of course, one of the things that these youngsters have to be learning, because this being a format that sees them play for the entire day, they need to grow that patience in them. At least if you can see, the other teams have tried to be patient. Yesterday, Uganda exhibited some patience as they played out all the overs, scoring 325 runs. So it's something that Rwanda also needs to grasp to try and make sure that they can be in there. I think now going back to Rwanda, the coach should be looking for sessions. He should be looking for the test sessions, try and make sure that he first teaches the batters patience. If you could have someone batting for the whole day, it will help them. By the time they come in for this particular game, they could easily play out all the overs.
Looking at the statistics showing that in teams we have people dominating the half centuries in the Kenya under 19 team, people dominating half centuries in the Uganda under 19 team, but not having one in the Rwanda under 19. What does this show in this team?
Yeah, but of course on any day, just know that Rwanda and Kenya had to be on top of the game compared to Rwanda, because they have been in the World Cup qualifiers, they have been at this stage. So seeing them here trying to bat is something very, very everyone could be looking for, because in this tournament we have had so far 8 50s, none from Rwanda, and you could be also looking at maybe getting one, but doesn't look like this is their day. That is Oxeo Yaga, the liaison for Kenya, Vaidu Ivan, the liaison for Rwanda, and Marvin Kitamerike. Tournament coordinator plus Meko Chintu, the umpire was standing yesterday. Today is out. Joseph Juma Biaruhanga, one of the players who play for Wanderers Cricket Club, is also there trying to watch the game and sees how everything goes. Shilok Sain, who was disappointed that he was not given many overs to bowl in the first game that he bowled, will be very, very happy with Yash Gohil giving him. So far he's bowled 7, he's coming to deliver his 8th, he has picked 3 wickets, and that is some good performance there from Shilok. Yesterday there was drama in the England Premier League as it resumed. Manchester United scoring a late goal, and that goal was equalized. They thought they could move from the 6th place. Unfortunately, they had to stick in there. Today, a big one awaits as Arsenal the Gunners will be taking on Manchester City at Etihad Stadium. But before that, Liverpool will be taking on Brighton. So it's some exciting action that you should be looking out for. Meanwhile, Shilok Sain is here asking so many questions. Yesterday in the Star Times Uganda Premier League also, a big game happened between URA, who had changed their home from Meta Stadium, Lugazi, and they shifted to Lugogo. But the Vipers went and visited them and managed to win them 1-0. There is a game going on right now in the Star Times Uganda Premier League where Bright Stars has hosted Gaddafi Football Club at Kavumba Recreation Grounds. Also yesterday there was a game in the Confederation of African Football, and that game between TP Mazembe and Petro Atletico ended 0-0. Young Africa Mamelodi Sundowns ended 0-0. Esperance Tunis and ASEC Mimosas ended 0-0. Al Ahly beat Simba 1-0. That is the quarterfinals of the Confederation of African Champions League. It's a home and away tie where after the first leg these teams visit each other. That's sort of the things that are happening. Taking a quick look at the Indian Premier League, the upcoming game will be between the Delhi Capitals and the Chennai Super Kings. But the game which is going on now, the hybriders are trying to defend against the Gujarat Titans, but the Gujarat Titans is very, very explosive. They need only 6 runs in 11 balls. And you look at their scorecard there, the Gujarat Titans have had performances from Saha, Shubham Gill, the captain, David Miller, Sai Sudarasan, trying to put and make sure that they chase down that score. It's exciting action. Another game will be coming up in the Indian Premier League, where the Delhi Capitals will host the defending champions, Chennai Super Kings.
That marks the end of the over, and the score stands as 107 for loss of 8. Kigabo on, who has so far faced 8 balls with 2 runs, and Gihozo with 19 and 9 runs. Rwanda under 19 is in need of 102 from 19 overs. Seeing the fall of wickets, is still this a chaseable score?
Yeah, well, cricket is about moments. We've seen games where you see a partnership comes at the tail end and it tries to look for the run. So I'd love to give the Rwanda batters the benefit of doubt and believe that maybe they could try to get the runs. Some misfield there, and that ball races for 4 runs to the boundary. Good shot there from Gihozo, clearing long off to get 4 runs there. James Gitu were not in position to stop that one after some valiant efforts there from Aditya Vekaria. Chance for a catch there. James Gitu were not in position to take it, but he stops that one from crossing the boundary. Looks like Gihozo is batting with some composure. 14 off 21. He looks like to be the man who is taking the game for the Rwanda under 19. Much better deliveries there. That is the Ugandan dugout. Kabuto, one of the players who play for Ginger SS. That man raising up his hand, Gujuvan Singh. He's one of the players who play for the Uganda under 19. In the first game, he picked 5 wickets against the Kenya under 19. So he's there just gearing up for the finals, which will happen tomorrow as the Uganda under 19 square off against Kenya under 19. Because as I earlier said, it is mathematically not possible for Rwanda under 19 to make it to the finals, because they needed to have won yesterday's game and today's game and also worked on the net run rate. So they should just be looking at batting out all their overs. We are remaining with 18 overs to complete the innings, and maybe Rwanda will be looking at batting all their overs before they travel back to the 1,000 side of Uganda.
That marks the end of the over. The score stands at 112 for loss of 8. Rwanda under 19 is in need of 97 from 18 overs.
These are some of the players who've played for Ginger SS. That is Sharifaka Queens with Gloria. They've played cricket for Ginger SS, and even today they've come around to try and support the games that have been here, because remember, these games being in Ginger gives a chance for the people who are in Ginger to watch and embrace this game. So it is really a great experience to see that we are having the games here. Gihozo Elizei and Kigabo Moise are the batters in there for the Rwanda under 19, and Drill Patel on his debut so far picked 2 wickets and conceded only 17 with his jersey of 100 is back into the attack for the Kenya under 19 from the road end. That one is straight to the fielder, and the catch is completed. Rwanda under 19 loses the 8th the 9th wicket.
Gihozo walks out disappointed. The score stands 112 for loss of 9. Rwanda is in need of 97 from 17, and according to the way they are losing their wickets, it might not be luck for them today to retain the win, but seeing on the application side the way they are bowling, a lot of discipline and consistency is being shown. Should we term this a lesson they've had in this tournament?
Yeah, meanwhile, as they took on the lessons they have had in the tournament, the last man is in there for the Rwanda under 19. That man, Patrick Radukunda, is in to bat at number 11. Yeah, but well, I expected the Rwanda to be playing better than how they came, because looking at the way the tournament has been, they have not really had a very, very good performance. They have not batted all the overs at any one time. Today looked like the day for them, but there is some good determination there from the Kenyan side to try and make sure that they limit them from conceding runs. Drill Patel just need to clear the tail end to keep Kenya under 19 unbeaten in this tournament. Hope they don't carry complacency in tomorrow's game when they take on Uganda. Hope they don't be like the Indian side that played in the ODI World Cup, which won all the games and only lost the final. Very disappointing. It's happened to the Indian under 19 side in South Africa. Chance for a catch, but placed well in the gap. Some good fielding there from James Gitua to stop them from taking any run. Dale Patel not bowling straighter, is looking for the offside, and the batters are not firing. Much better defensive approach there from Patrick Radukunda, and that marks the end of the over. Dale Patel picks a wicket maiden over. 112 for a loss of 9 wickets is the current score here at Ginger Senior Secondary School Cricket Oval.
Looking at Dale Patel coming in to perform, looking at the way he is bowling, the consistency he's having, looking at the wickets he's having now, it seems all the players on the Kenya under 19 team can do it for a team and give it good victory.
Yeah, but of course that boy Dil Patel, just is 14 years of age. He's been training so well back in Kenya, and he was just waiting to be given an opportunity. What Coach Josephat Irungu, the head coach for the Kenya 19, has done, giving him an opportunity in this game. There is an appeal there for an LBW, and the umpire, Mr. Ilonge Baker, says that's out. Well, that marks the end of the first innings.
As we see the Rwanda under 19 team batsmen walking on off disappointed. Stian Smith, the man who has picked the last wicket, it seems Stian Smith is good in whatever he's doing, because whenever you look at the way he does his things, the batting side, the fielding side, is there to take the catches and he's there to hunt in the ball. Kenya under 19 won by 96 runs.
And Kenya remains unbeaten in this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we shall having the final showdown where Uganda under 19 will square off against Kenya under 19. But before we go in for that, allow me to tell you that we shall go in for the post-match interviews and the play of match presentation. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi, and I'm not alone in the commentary box.
Alongside Masinde Arafat.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to tell you that match day 6 of the Easter Youth ODI series has come to a close. It is a tournament that has run for the last 6 days, and today we have concluded the group stages with the game between Kenya Under-19 and Rwanda Under-19. Kenya Under-19 won the toss, and for the first time they have chosen to bowl first, but they lost out the game to the Kenya Under-19 by 96 runs. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the player of match award, Stian Smith. He picked 2 wickets after bowling 8.1 overs, and he also batted for Kenya and scored 63 runs. Stian, how does it feel for you to be the player of match for Kenya Under-19?
It's a great feeling. I'm just here for my country to win, but the biggest match is tomorrow, so all my efforts should go for tomorrow.
You've been so brilliant. You've picked 3 consecutive player of match awards. What does it mean for you and the team?
It means quite a lot for me. It's a good thing for me. It builds a lot of confidence for me, but it also encourages my fellow teammates for healthy competition.